I don't got no friends. I don't got no friends. You know what I mean? I got supporters, people on my side and people on the other side.
Welcome to the shift where the whole room glows. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm like, yo, shine just right. Respect your view even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. This that channel that be talking back, energy attack. Iron sharp as iron, watch the whole league react. Competition in the building, better tighten up your facts. We ain't clones, but we still mirror how you crack under impact. Every debate will work hot, spot a weak, rep fast. You live wrong, paradigm shift and break your stance. I'm the judge, the jury, the pen, the contrast. My bars hit always like a quadruple, bottom to the shift where the whole room glow. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't all align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. We invite every mind, long as you stand on yours. Walking with respect, leave with open doors. Channel stay lit, views jumping off the boards. STL bounce, yeah, the spot from the source. Competitors, welcome, step up, don't fold. We don't fear pressure, we refine under load. Thoughts heavy, we press them till the truth get told. Shift so clean, if the platinum even willing to go. Come through correct, bring your logic and your proof. Speak your truth, just don't run from the truth. We debate with grace, that's the paradigm groove. Flow so smooth, even turbulence move. Welcome to the shift where the whole room go. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Where the whole glow. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' know. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG vibes got the city on go. Welcome to the shift. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Welcome to the shift. If you black, I'm with you, black, I'm with you. Welcome to the shift. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. Welcome to the shift. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG vibe got the city on low. Walk with paradigm shift, keep it real for.
Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you. And I hope that you with me.
Yeah. Ain't this what y'all wanted? Now you talking like enemies. That's crazy. Fake online friends lead to bitter ends. Stop me when I'm not saying what's true. Did not give credit where it was due. Heard they saying they made deep. Made me say, go ahead, make another me. They want the throne but can't carry the pressure. Now resentment dressing up as bad lectures. You built my platform, but is that true? If you built mine so easy, why you ain't build yours too? See, I was loyal to a far defended bad behavior. Every time they cross the line, I still show favor. Now I'm difficult, Now I'm controlling, right? After years of me sacrificing, maybe y'all was the reason for my plight. How many times did I compromise just to keep the peace? Now I move how I want and suddenly the friendship cease. Weak people call boundaries betrayal, that's facts. Couldn't control me, so now they attack. Wanted titles without warfare, crowns without scars. Talking reckless from the sideline ain't the same as surviving the war. You said I was the waving on Sean's stage, so where was you when I was in that cage? Did you defend me the way I defended you? Guess silence is safer when the real pressure comes through, yeah. You said you made me, go ahead, make another me. If I was so easy to build, my spot should be easy to fill. Go ahead, make another D. Go ahead, make another king. Funny how they hate your name, soon as they can't control the thing. Y'all scream family in private chats, call me brother on live streams. Never thought it'd be like this in my wildest dreams. And truthfully, I ain't even mad at you. Some things you just can't undo. Now that I know you a bad actor, yeah, you're just another non-factor. See, when they can't duplicate your presence, they seek ways to destroy your essence. Then, when it's revealed they a scavenger, they try to assassinate your character. You couldn't organize a card game, but claim you built me. Then do it again, go ahead and make another DC. I don't watch allies become my rivals, hoping the hate fuels their revival. But lies be the language of bitter men. Oh well, only so long fake thugs can pretend. I opened doors and shared what was mine, but some people only love you when they're basking in your shine. So let them talk, let them complain to whoever will listen. For better or worse, I'm the only cook in this kitchen. You said you made me, go ahead, make another me. If I was so easy to build, my spot should be easy to fill. Go ahead, make another D. Go ahead, make another king. Funny how they hate your name, soon as they can't control the thing. What's done is done, what's said is said. I survived every attack and I'm still not dead. So if you're the reason I became who I am, the way you claim it to be, prove it. Go ahead, make another me.
Make another me. Listen, welcome to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother DMG the Poet, a.k.a. Brother Pianki, also known as the infamous DMG. And we have another Takeover Tuesday with a powerful brother. But before we get into our spiel, y'all know I got to do my greeting. I want to say God bless to all my Christian brothers and sisters. Hotep to all my Kemetic brothers and sisters. I want to say Shalom to all my Israelite brothers and sisters. I want to say Assalamu alaikum to all my brothers and sisters in the NOI. Islam to all my Moorish brothers and sisters. I want to say peace to all my brothers and sisters in the nation of gods and earth, them 5%ers. I want to say what's up to all my atheist brothers and sisters. Salute to all my Abo brothers and sisters. Big shout out to all my Rasta brothers and sisters. Last and certainly not least, I want to say Jumbo to all the rest of my brothers and sisters all throughout the African diaspora, be it here in the wilderness of the United States of America or beyond. Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you Black, I'm with you, and I hope that you with me. Our different ideologies should not keep us from uniting. We can have unity without uniformity. And with that being said, this is the hardest part. We can disagree without being disrespectfully disagreeable. With that being said, before I ask this brother to introduce himself, hey, Rue, I see you in the back, bro. That link was just for the brother. So if you can wait, I do want you to tune in because I think you and this brother could have a powerful dialogue or even a powerful debate. He is in the Worldview Wars Debate League, so hold tight and jump back on when we open up the panel. We're going to kick it for a minute, and then we're going to open it up for people to come in and give a comment or a question for the brother. That being said, my brother, please introduce yourself to the Paradigm Shift TV 314 audience.
Hey, man, first off, I'd like to say it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I'm glad and honored to support the channel. And I love what you're doing in the community. You're a much needed voice, like I was saying earlier, brother. So we need more brothers like you, bringing positivity and bringing unity to the community, because that's what we're trying to do at the end of the day. My name is, I go by Easy Bandz, and basically I'm a YouTube, character. I come on here and have debates on, you usually see me on Sonetta's channel. And so I come and defend the faith. I'm a Christian. I was born in the Catholic Church, but then I just, learned the faith on my own. So I don't really go to church, but I learned the faith on my own, and I study the Bible. I study other things outside of the Bible as well. And I come on here and try to give my honest take on a lot of debates that we have concerning the Bible or things around the Bible, including, Kemet, including, science and all types of fields generally. I don't try to limit myself too much, but end of the day, the goal is the Bible and bringing people back to the belief in the Most High Creator God. So I guess we could start off there. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
No doubt, no doubt. And I got a shout out to my big brother BK, apologist. BK, I'm gonna hit you up after the show or either tomorrow, bro. I made a scheduling mistake with you and with Phil. I got Byron Thursday for the Black Church Files. I need to confirm with him. If he's still a go, I got that. But if he's not a go, then we good to go on Thursday. So I'm gonna hit you up and let you know. But that's another thing, bro. I might have to have you on again. I got a show called the Black Church Files. So we just I try to highlight, some people who I know represent us as Black people and are involved heavily in the church from a Christian perspective. I try to do that every Thursday. I just had my first episode last week, so definitely check that out. And matter of fact, I'm gonna send you the link so you can check it out, and then we might see if we can get you on for it.
All right, bet, man. That would be great. Another thing I wanted to mention to the people, just as a quick introduction, I'm African, so I'm from South Central Africa, a country called Zambia. I don't know if too many of you are familiar with that. And actually, one interesting tad bit about where I come from. You see, I always get this, you escaped or you ran away from your African heritage and stuff like that. But so I always get that in the community, man. So they be going hard on me. But one interesting tad bit is that my country is one of the last official Christian nations.
Okay, you broke up. You said, what was that last part? You said Christian nation?
Yes, it's officially one of the last Christian nations in the whole world, my country.
Okay.
And it's something that we're very proud of as a people.
Nice, nice.
So I'm not running away from my, my heritage or nothing like that. They'd be like, "Oh, you ran away from your home, blah blah blah." Hey, man, my home is Christianity. So
exactly. And let's start there, because by you being not an African American, but an African, or you said Zambia, or Zaire.
Zambia.
So Zambia,
it's just below Zaire, the former Zaire. Now it's called Congo. It's just right below it. Yeah. Got
you. So by you being an indigenous African, what do you say when people tell you? Because what we get as Black Christians over here is Christianity was forced on you. And my retort to that is, you can't force somebody to believe something, number one. And you don't tell me you honor your ancestors and then say that they was punks and somebody can make them believe something, especially somebody who treating them the way they was being treated. That's number one. Number two, we know that they distorted Christianity. We know that they didn't give them the whole corpus of the text. So if they wouldn't give them the whole corpus of the text, how can it even be considered Christianity? We don't do that with no other belief. We don't do it with Islam. We don't do it with Kemet. We don't do it with Buddhism. If you're not getting the entire corpus of the text, we don't claim that you that thing. But we allow them to play with us and do that with Christianity. So if they wouldn't get in the whole book, if what they was doing contradicted how one should be treated according to the book, then how was it that thing? And that's my point to them. We always call the enslaver a Christian, but we never call the abolitionist a Christian.
Exactly.
You see, so what do you say when people come to you as a man from Africa that Christianity was forced on your ancestors?
Yeah, so it's very interesting, right? Like you said, it's almost like a cognitive dissonance, right? Where, you know, people are unable to see the other side of the coin. It's like, you know, like a lot of things, you know, money, for instance, right? Money can be used for good, it could be used for evil. Same thing with religion, right? You just explained how, you know, it could be abused and manipulated in order to do certain political activities. Now, the way I see it is that I like to explain this because people are very unaware of this, brother. You know, in South Central Africa, for the Bantu speakers, at least, we have always had a universal belief system in a one creator God, right? So in my area, we call this one creator God Mulungu, right? And we still use that term, yeah. So it could be like Mulungu or Nyambe in other areas, right? In like West Africa, that he's probably known as Nyambe. So you guys could look it up, whoever's in the audience, his name is Mulungu or Nyambe. And linguists have actually dated the use of the worship of this deity to about like 5,000 BC, if I'm not mistaken. So this is predates ancient Kemet. All right, that's the powerful thing about this. So this Almighty Creator, let me just give you a brief breakdown of what happens with him. So he creates everything. He creates the earth. He creates the lower spirits, the lower gods, whatever you can think of, right? Same thing you find in the Bible. He creates everything. He lives on earth for a period of time. And then because of the noise that humanity is making, so by noise, you know, it's talking about like sin and wars and warfare and, you know, theft, you know, all types of evil, right? So because of the sin or the noise that mankind is making, he decides to leave the earth, right? And he leaves the earth and he abandons mankind. And so after that, mankind is left to commune with the lesser spirits. Okay, so that's why you find, worship of spirits and, you know, reverence of spirits and ancestors and things of that nature. Because in our tradition or in our traditional belief system, the Almighty Creator has left the earth and he has abandoned us and turned his back from us because he's disappointed with us. So now that's why we're left to mediate with the lesser spirits. Okay, so that's just a brief history of the religion or the spiritual belief system. So now when they came and heard the gospel, right? This is the beautiful part, is you listen to the gospel. So coming from that context, right? You know that your creator God has left the earth and has abandoned us, right? Because of our sins. And then you hear this gospel about the same creator God now telling you, hey, I love you. All right. I want a connection with you. I'm actually going to give my life for you. You know, I'm giving my life for you. All you have to do is accept this blessing. I mean, that's a no-brainer, man. Word up. That's a no-brainer, man. So any African person who's already in that spiritual belief system, that's not anything foreign to them. You know? So it's consistent. So that's why people were able to, you see like Africans and sometimes South Americans, but a lot of times you see Africans, you know, are considered more spiritual, you know, and have you an even belief system, right? And so that's just the main way that I look at it, you know, and that's something I really want to dig into a little bit deeper to see if I can actually find some connections there, because to me it's just like a no-brainer, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting you said that, because I believe in the Yoruba tradition, Obatala or Odulumare, they still use those terms for God because of the similarities with Christianity. I believe Odulamare sent Obatala, and it's three different names. They all start with an O. I can't remember the third one. But it's funny how they are all considered the supreme being or the supreme being son, an aspect of the supreme being, and they create the world. Like you said, they leave, they send the Orishas to kind of handle the day-to-day things. And it's almost like God sending angels. So when the ancestors heard that, it wasn't too far away from what they had already been doing. I say the same thing about Kemet, bro. People get now, my Kemetic brothers and sisters get mad when I say this, but think about it. If you are an ancient Kemite, and you hearing a Asar, in order to become one with Asar and get to the field of reeds, which is their version of heaven. To do that, you have to become one with Asar, but you got to get your heart weighed. And if your heart don't weigh less than a feather, you in trouble. Oh, and you're going to get devoured by this beast and utterly destroyed. But you know, you might be able to do a spell and trick the gods into your heart, but you got to jump through some hoops for that. But then you hear about this Christ, who all you got to do is believe. I tell people, but whether you like it or not, they got a better deal. Like, you ain't even got to believe it. But when you compare and contrast the two stories, you going with the one you got to jump through all these hoops for and part way, or you going with the one where you just simply got to believe and follow.
Exactly. And you know, the one where, you know, the actual deity loves you, right? Loves you enough to actually sacrifice their own life. That's the greatest sign of love, brother. You know, like, you know, you're as a man, like, that's something that we know, right? You're willing to sacrifice yourself most times for your wife, for your children, and all types of stuff like that, right? You know that that's the greatest show of love that you can show. And we have this religion where our God and creator literally comes and gives his own life, man. And he gives commands like, so for instance, he gives commands like, you know, love yourself, love your neighbors, you love yourself. And not only that, even love your enemies. Now, that command, I always say this on the Brother Sarnetta's channel. Shout out to Brother Sarnetta, doing big things over there. I always say this on his channel. If we just followed that one command, brother, everything that we see in the news, man, wars, poverty, you know, all types of stuff, you know, you wouldn't see that anymore. So, I mean, when you compare the two, you know, Kemet comes close, but, you know, there's nothing like Christianity and the love that you find in Christianity that is commanded, that would actually heal the world as we speak, you know. So, yeah, I think it's a no-brainer in that aspect, too. And the Kemetic brothers, man, you know, we're with you. We're going to stay here. We're going to keep on guiding you guys back home, you know. Slowly, we're going to guide y'all back home, man. It's cool to be interested in Kemet and all that. But, yeah.
No doubt.
Word.
And listen, family, you see, I got my Malcolm shirt on, and yes, I'm feeling away about the brother being found guilty for murder when we just had this situation where a young black boy got shot in the back. I will be dealing with that in my own DMG fashion. Real quick, I got a shout out. I seen somebody that said Kev STL314. I just got a shout out a fellow St. Louisan. I don't know if you got a channel, bro, but if you do, let me know so I can get some people over there to subscribe to it and subscribe myself. But whenever I see a fellow St. Louisan, I got to shout them out. But
yeah, brother,
what's that?
What's this case you're talking about? You just said something found guilty?
A young brother named Carmelo Anthony. I believe he's 19 years old. He was found guilty today.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah, he for the stabbing, right? But we just saw where this gentleman Rick Cho or Chow, however you say it, chased a 14-year-old down, shot him in his back, and was found innocent.
Yep.
So these so-called self-defense laws get a little dicey when it's a black person that's in, you see what I mean? And we always, here in America, we always see the victim criminalized, even though they was the victim.
Yes, sir. And especially,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, especially when it's, it's racialized, when it's a racial thing, and then you see how divided, we are as a people.
Absolutely.
Especially on social media. Now, it could be that, there's just a few people on social media making the loudest noise, and it doesn't represent everybody. But, if you're going by social media and you look at the comments in a lot of these cases, because just even today I was scrolling down on Instagram and I seen a bunch of cases where, for instance, off-duty cop, just gunned down some guy who was retreating. He had his gun down or whatever it may be. He wasn't a threat anymore. He's retreating, leaving the store, and then boom, he follows him and just shoots him. So, and you find people in the comments like agreeing with that, supporting that. I'm like, yo, what are we doing here, man? Like, we're just losing our humanity,
Yeah. And yeah, man, I'm not gonna get on my soapbox about that right now, but I'm heated about that, bro. But we're gonna stick to the questions for our brothers. Right, so that's I like what you said when you point out that the belief system you all already had was so close to what you ended up evolving to. What do you think of the concept that God revealed himself to people in a particular way before actually revealing the gospel to them? In other words, these motifs we see in Kemet, some people say it's not a resurrection, some people say it was, but those concepts of being dead and being brought back to life, the concept of one creator creating everything and bringing order and all of that. When you see different motifs, a trinity or a triad motif, when you see things like that throughout Africa, do you subscribe to the notion that God was revealing himself to people before even revealing the gospel?
Yes, so I do look to that point of view, just simply because the Bible itself, man, tells us all this stuff. You read the Bible and, sometimes you might read it and you might get one perspective. You read it again, you get another perspective. It's got layers on top of layers. And when you read it looking for certain things, you find them there, man. So all these lesser spirits and stuff like that, you see them right there in the Bible being mentioned, right? And like for instance, there's the verses where he separates the nations and puts certain spirits, gives certain spirits dominion over those nations, right? And he chooses Israel for himself to basically keep his message or to bring his revelation to the rest of the world, right? So you see that. Yeah, so you see that point, you see that those verses there where it's showing you that he's actually literally doing this. And you see that a lot of people are following these different deities since that time. And even in the Bible itself, you have after Adam and Eve, you have the Cain and, the land of Nod and all these places. And it says in the Bible that, God revealed himself to other people at different times. It also tells us that not everything that's happened is recorded in the Bible. So to me, it's very consistent. It's compatible, should I say, especially with the Bantu beliefs. Now, when it comes to Kemet, there's a lot of, like you said, like maybe you could consider it like foreshadowing, but it's not exact, but there's like some foreshadowing, right? So you can see that whoever these deities were that they were worshiping, they had intimate knowledge of the creator, right? So they had intimate knowledge of the creator and how, his systems work and all that. And they were able to counterfeit those to the people and give them like a foreshadowing, but not the real thing, And we finally got the real thing through the Hebrew Israelites. And we see a lot of especially the Bantu tradition that I was talking about, brother. You see that it all comes together when you actually get introduced to the Hebrew traditions and you'll understand what was happening back in the day, why God left, you know, and why he abandoned the people. You find stories like the flood story in the Bible. You find stories like that, right, where God is vexed with humanity, right, to the point where he almost destroys humanity completely.
Yeah.
So you find those stories, and it's 100% compatible with what I just told you about, you know, the Bantus believing that God just left because he was done with mankind, he was mad, right, and he abandoned them. So you find all that is consistent, is compatible, and that's why, you know, African people, especially Zambia, that's why we're a Christian nation, and we're so proud of it, man. Nobody can shake us off that.
And I love that, because again, it's this notion that it was forced on Africans, and I'm just like when you say it was forced, what makes you think you can make somebody believe something, especially when you treat them away? I always use the analogy of the Friday movie when Smokey say, you know, what do you say when Debo leave? He be acting like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I liken that to our ancestors, because
when
it's
like
around,
I'll be quiet. When he leaves, I'll be talking again.
Exactly, because you can beat somebody and try to beat them into submission, but they not going for that. And if they submit, they may do it while you're there, but they ain't doing it when you leave. 100%. And historically, this is what we know, despite the narratives that we've been given by certain people in the quote unquote conscious community. Our ancestors didn't become Christians till after 1800. Yes, so what were they prior to that? How we know that our ancestors had what we call the invisible institution, where they would sneak out under the cover of night to have church. Why are you sneaking if it's mandatory for you to do it? You see what I'm saying? So we know our ancestors, when they got the book, the entire corpus of the book, they made a decision for themselves to become Christians, not because the enslaver wanted to force them to do it. They made that decision for themselves because, according to the slave narrative, shout out to my man BK, they were literally called, and my man Damon Richardson, they both going to be sending me some more of these narratives where our ancestors were literally calling the enslaver hypocrites.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You know, and they were able to compare and contrast what the enslaver did and what the abolitionist did. The abolitionist was that clean glass representing Christianity, literally putting their lives on the line so these people could get freedom, hiding them under their floorboards, in court, in carriages and everything else to try to get them to freedom, while the enslaver wanted them to stay in submission to them. It's a clear contrast between these people.
Yes.
Talk about hey, Brother Jose, I see you in the back. We're going to open up the panel when me and the brother get through building.
Yeah.
But that link was strictly for him. I apologize, but we are going to open up the link. Open up the panel just to, like I say, we're going to do our little build. But what do you think when people say, especially our Israelite brothers, they say, one, we not Africans. We don't have any connection to Africa. Man. And then they say Africans enslaved your people. Now, and I'm going to tell you my problem, and I'm going to let you get into it. My issue with the Africans sold Africans thing is this. Why don't we put respect on the European, in that we say Rome enslaved Gaul? Excuse me. They enslaved Britannia, all of these different countries that morphed into the modern countries we know today. But we put respect on their name. Thrace, all these people that Rome enslaved, we differentiate them from Rome, even though they were all European countries. Yep. When it comes to Africa, instead of saying these were people, just like in Europe, fighting over resources, fighting over land, and you had prisoners of war, and that's how those conflicts went. They had different cultures, different traditions, and you was banging over resources.
Yes,
Why
sir.
don't we put respect on the African's name like we do the European, instead of just simply saying Africans sold Africans? Talk about that and the concept of Africans sold us into slavery, etc.
So, fortunately, the rhetoric is changing amongst our Hebrew Israelite brothers. They're not all of them hold to that, belief system or those belief systems. You're finding more of them that's open to the idea that, certain Africans might represent Hebrew Israelites, right? And so some, the loudest voices like Captain Tazaria probably would, disagree with that. But I think even he is kind of opening up to that a little bit because recently I heard him on Sarnetta's show, like backpedaling a little bit, on the whole claim of Africans being Hamites and just, all Africans, I hate Africans, to the point where he had to concede and admit that he has some members of his group or other groups that are actually in Africa and doing work. And some of them were reaching out to him like, yo, you're making us look bad, right? So I'll say that, to be honest with you, brother, it's a lot of new age thinking that drives this kind of rhetoric. So even when it comes to Kemet, right, it's like new age esoteric thinking that that we're trying to project back on the ancient people, and it's wrong, and it's just leading us astray. So I think that's the main thing that you see going on with the Israelites. Now, I wanted to say, in terms of like some of the good things that have come out of Christianity, like the missionaries, right? So we never hear too much about the missionaries. So like everything, there's good and bad, right? We have some good missionaries, we have some bad missionaries, but people don't ever speak about the good that has come out of like these missions, man. People out here, bro, we can't relate really with real poverty. A lot of people haven't traveled outside of the US, outside of North America, and seen what kind of desolation is in a lot of these countries, man. And so when you see missionaries going to these places, brother, that you would never step a foot in, I would never step a foot in, I wouldn't even stay there for a night. And these guys are over there, they're over there helping the people, they're building wells, they're helping them with literacy, they're helping them with food, medicine, healthcare, all that stuff. They go out there, and these are the people at the bottom of the bottom. And so you hear rhetoric from the Black community now where, when you mention, the church or anything like that, they just, the church, they did this, they did that, the cause of slavery and things like that, and just to go back to that, to the whole slavery thing. I mean, us Africans, man, we were going at it, with each other, even before the white man. So you find that's why you see that there's this whole Bantu migration. The Bantu migration was partly because of the search for resources, but also because of warring with each other, right? So one clan or one tribe grows too big, and now we start fighting for resources, and so the loser has to leave, right? And so people are enslaving each other. You lose, you get enslaved. You win, you enslave the other group. Now you have people like the Dahomey, right? So you have people like the Dahomey who were slave traders, as we know. Well, yeah, they were slave traders. They enslaved people that they conquered. And so you find that the Dahomey as well were also enslaved. You find there's people in the U.S. that are descendants of the Dahomey. You see? So what are you saying if you're a Hebrew Israelite saying that, your group was the only group that the Israelites were the only groups that were enslaved and brought to the U.S.? So what are you saying about the Dahomey people that came out here, man? Are those Israelites?
They say that's fake, right? The DNA tests are fake. So
yeah,
because if you do DNA, it ain't gonna help their cause. So they gotta make that claim that DNA is fake. It's like, bro, I'm gonna tell you, and one of my brothers, and I look at this man as a legit brother, Captain K, the Gauger boy. He's in ISUPK.
Okay.
And me and him have argued to the max because I'm like, so y'all came into North Africa, you migrated across the Sahara and got into West Africa in 70 AD. Like, bro, with the resources we got today, it would be hard for us to make it across the Sahara and survive. You telling me y'all did this in 70 AD, made it to West Africa, and set up y'all own kingdom separate from Africans?
Yeah.
Didn't have no interactions with them.
When it comes to that, I kind of have a more, how can I put it, more lenient look. You know, I could see where they might have had techniques back in the day to do the stuff that we don't have today, because it's evident, man, that, you know, people have been migrating for ages, right? Centuries, millennia. It's nothing new. And so sometimes for us looking in hindsight, we might look at it and say, oh, that's an impossible task. But for those people, they knew the routes, they knew where the wells are, they knew all the routes and stuff. So it's possible, right? It's possible that the whole time Israel was in existence, there were people back migrating, right? A few of the times when they were put in exile, there were people that migrated back into Africa. So you might see this kind of thing happening, right? By 70 AD. You know, I wouldn't just write it off completely. You know, that's the thing. So I'm kind of like a little bit open-minded when it comes to all that stuff, right? There is a possibility of it happening, you know. So I can
respect that.
But what I wanted to say as well was when it comes to Africans and stuff like that. So you see that in the Bible, you see that Moses was African, right?
What's that? You know? Say that one more time.
I'm saying in the Bible, you see that Moses was African. I mean, brother, wouldn't you consider yourself American right now?
Bro, listen. Don't get me started on that, man. You gonna have me in cap. Like, first of all, he raised in an African house.
Yes, sir.
With an African woman that saved his life and took care of him.
And where was he born?
And that's what I'm saying. He born in Africa.
Yes, sir.
So you mean to tell me, and then he married an African woman.
Yo, bro.
So you mean to tell me that man wasn't African?
Done. You know, he married an African, and even his sister, who tried to object against it, you know, she got cursed with leprosy for that.
Exactly.
Right? You know,
exactly.
So these guys are asking for the same type of, you know, curse, you know, for objecting to, you know, African people. But anyway, so you see that Moses was African. I mean, brother, if you're American, right? You'd say that you're American, right? You'd identify that way.
Yeah, right? For sure.
Yeah. So you guys have been here for about like 400 years, if not more, right?
Yeah, plus,
give or take, yeah. So about like 400 or 500 years, or give or take, and so at this point you'd consider yourself American, right? Although with an African heritage, right? And it's the same thing with the Egyptians or with the Hebrew Israelites that lived in Egypt for, what was it, 200 years, 400 years? You know, at that point, brother, you're actually African, you know? And so, you know, it's just a big misnomer, man. And you see that when they leave Egypt, they leave in a mixed multitude, okay? All types of people. So you find real, like, you know, Africans from the interior and all that stuff, you know, because you had slaves in ancient Kemet from the interior of Africa, right? And so you find that these people leave, and not only that, even some of the lower class Cometians or Egyptians also left with the children of Israel. And so, you know, this whole stuff about, you know, the bloodline and stuff like that. So let me show you something. So even the initial group of people that went into Egypt, it was, I think, a group of 70 people altogether, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Something like that,
yeah. Now we know that, you know, all those people were not all, you know, Jacob's bloodline, right? Some of those people were people that worked for him. Some of those people were, you know, servants. Some of those people were like caretakers of the animals and stuff like that. So it's not all his real bloodline that moved into Egypt, right, in the first place. So, you know, there's a lot of holes in that kind of thinking, you know, and luckily for us who depend on the New Testament, you know, and the prophecies from the Old Testament, we see how we're tied into the family of Israel, the spiritual Israel. We're tied in, and things come together that way. We don't have to, use DNA tests to prove anything. We don't have to say, hey, your dad was this, your mom was that. None of that, right? So everything is simplified for us, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. They want to do things the hard way, I guess, man. All these groups.
Bro, listen, and shout out to my I'm having an all Israelite panel on Saturday. And we're just gonna be talking about unity. If you're an Israelite, I encourage you to come through. Go ahead, bro.
Let me just add one more thing to that, man. I love my Israelite brothers, man. Don't get it twisted. I'm not criticizing y'all. You know, we're just talking here, but I love my brothers, man. I got a lot of brothers, man, who I'm very close with, man, and have become my like real brothers in real life. So don't get it twisted, man. Shout
out to my man, brother Ash. I'm having him, and then I'm gonna try to have him, Cap, brother named Chasad. I know you familiar with Chasad. So I'm gonna try to have them on, and just maybe Elder Yara.
Elder Yara, that's my bro, man. That's my bro right there.
Man, that's a good brother, man. So try to have him on and just have an all Hebrew panel, and then we gonna chop it up, and then we're gonna open it up for the chat, let them come in, ask questions or give a comment, etc. But let me ask you this, bro, because this is my last Israelite question for a minute.
All right, bet.
What do you think of the notion of you are what your father is? And the reason I ask is, especially for us here in America, we know that a large number of our female ancestors were violated by the enslaver, people adjacent to the enslaver, the overseers, etc. And they had no regard for their humanity, they consent, none of that.
Yeah.
And one person said every time somebody is violated or every time somebody has sex, they don't get pregnant. Same thing for when they violated. But the frequency in which they were violated by these vile men is what expedited these pregnancies. With that being said, the concept that you are what your father is get murky. Exactly. Depending on who you're talking to, because the further you go back, your great grandfather may be the European or an Edomite, according to them. And so, how do you follow me? Like, how do you reconcile?
That's one of the biggest things that I've always, one of the biggest critiques that I've always had for that kind of thinking is that, and then the crazy part about it is like they're exclusionary. So they'll point at other people and be like, oh, you're not, because you got this in your blood, you got that in your blood. But I'm knowing, just like you and the history books tell us, unfortunately, a lot of the black women were violated, like you said, and it was done almost like on an institutional level. So that's why you see that, that the chances of having a white forefather are very strong, right? And so I would say that, from a Christian perspective, it doesn't matter who your father is or none of that. Right. You don't really believe that, your white people are Edomites or whatever it may be. So if you do have a white forefather in your line, it doesn't, take away from you in any way, shape, or form. I still consider you a black person. A lot of us are mixed, right? Even I have some mixed ancestry in my DNA, right? From my mom's side. My dad's side is straight African or whatever it may be. I remember my dad, before he passed, he was joking, hey, you have Neanderthal DNA in you. So, yeah. So, yeah. So, when it comes to mixing, you are what your father is to a certain extent. But, when you try to add all these extra layers and saying that, you're not the chosen people if you come from a certain bloodline and stuff like that, I think that's just us putting burdens on ourselves the same way people in the ancient days put burdens on themselves, asking for kings and asking for the laws and all that stuff, right? And they put these, burdens on themselves that they couldn't bear. And so that's why we needed salvation from the Most High. And so that's what I see our community doing. We keep on putting these burdens on ourselves that we don't need, man, that we're free from. And so,
man, so
that's how I see
let's talk about the conscious community. How
sir.
did you become involved in the overall conscious community, and then in particular the HOK with my man Sanetta?
So Sanetta, man, you know his channel's been popping for a long time, man. Sanetta's had some interesting dudes on there for a long time. I can't even tell you when I started watching it, man. So
Okay,
I started watching it a long time ago when Polite was doing his thing. You know, when they had the cross the line incident. You know, there were brothers like brother Seti. I don't know if you remember Seti, light skinned dude with the beard.
Yeah,
He
I know,
used
sir.
yeah, he used to go in. You know, I like a lot of those brothers, man. You know, I like the energy that they have. You know, that's something that we need. You know, it's just unfortunate that some of these guys are Kemet and they're not in the church. Because if we had brothers like that in the church, man,
exactly. And we got you stick around on this platform, man. We got some fiery brothers in the church, so
all right,
definitely stick around. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah. So from back in those days, man, Seti, when he was doing his thing with Young Pharaoh, and I used to watch those, right? I watched Polite doing his thing. Polite was great, man. He was a great orator. He knew how to, he knew how to work the crowd. He knew how to deliver information. He knew how to, he knew how to win debates and stuff like that. So it was very unfortunate to see what happened to him. But yeah, so from that time, I've been watching. I've been familiar with Sanetta from that time. Of course, Tazariak, watching what they're doing. That's when I got really introduced into Black Hebrew Israelite rhetoric and stuff, right? From watching Sanetta's channel. And so I found it very interesting. I found like the point of views of certain groups, like how they were talking about, Polite and them were running around talking about, oh, the black woman's God, the black woman's God. And so I found that really interesting, so yeah. Recently, I just saw that, we didn't have a lot of representation on the Christian side. So we didn't have too many people going up and defending a lot of the rhetoric that you hear that's entrenched in people's minds that's actually false, right? And so it got irritating. So at first I used to just comment in the comment section, man, I used to comment in the comment section. And then, Sanetta would be like, yo, blah, blah, if you guys want to talk, come on the panel. I try to go up, with my camera off, and he wouldn't let me on with my camera.
Right.
Yeah. So he kind of forced my hand, man. So I had to force my hand. So I eventually I left. I went to I'd go on to different panels. Like I don't know if you're familiar with the brother Titans TV from the UK. Yeah, good brother. So I went over there and I'd get into conversations with him. He's more on the scholarship type rather than apologetics. And so he's, you should probably bring him on too. It would be very interesting. But he has some interesting takes. But yeah, so then I found my way back on Sanetta. I decided to actually go on screen, with my face and everything. And man, I've just been doing my thing since then. I'll just go on and defend the word. And a lot of times I just go on there freestyling, man,
Okay.
A lot of times it's just freestyling and using logic and the biblical knowledge that I do know. And, I feel that I'm undefeated on there, brother.
Hey, I actually agree with you. And I like the brother, I can't think of his name right now, man. He from Africa as well.
Is he Sekou?
Sekou. I like brother Sekou, man, but I think you gave him the business.
Word up.
I know a lot of people were saying you lost, but I think you gave him the business, man.
Salute, appreciate that, man. Because
sure.
I mean, over there, man, there's a lot of hate, man. I won't lie, there's a lot of hate in the community for anybody speaking on Christ and defending that. And so, but it's something that, like I was telling Sanetta the other day, and I told Morpheus, Morpheus was, Morpheus, right? Brother Morpheus.
Yeah. That's my man.
Yeah. So me and Brother Morpheus, man, were going at it, man, in the back back chat. And he's like, hey, man, blah, blah. He's like, oh, hey, people look at you like a clown on the channel, And I was like, hey, man, listen, to be honest with you, I wear that as a badge of honor. I told this to Sonetta too,
For
because
sure.
the people that that I'm coming behind, the disciples, the apostles, the early church, these were people that went through all types of persecution, ridicule, all types of stuff, and they went to the end. They gave up their lives for it, man. And so for me to to endure some ridicule online, some this and that, it's nothing, and it's in line with those people. So I wear it as a badge of honor, to be honest with you. I don't look at.
Man, I can say this. I rock with Morpheus. That's my man. But the only thing I would say in retort to him saying people look at you like you're a fool.
Yeah.
Who is the person that you should be in more admiration of? The person who go on knowing that they talking to an echo chamber and everybody gonna agree with them because they have a particular mindset as it purports to Christianity, or the brother who know he going behind enemy lines and still representing what he believe anyway. So I'm just
and that's what I said to him. I was like, hey brother, look, I'm not doing this to be popular. I'm not doing this to be famous. I'm doing this because like it's almost like a calling. Like, it's like I'm sitting there listening to this stuff and I can't take it no more. I gotta I gotta get out there, man. I noticed there might be some souls in the chat, in the audience, that might be on the fence, that might be looking at, growing weak in their faith, because it happened to me, right? So let me just give you like a brief. I don't know if I brought this up already, like what actually brought me into to where I am right now.
Go ahead.
So basically, I'd say I had like 3 experiences in my life where that shaped me to where I am right now. So the earliest one was, so my parents were religious, right? They used to take us to church all the time and stuff like that. So my parents split up when I was young, and my mom would take me to, so we used to go to a Catholic church before, and when they split up, my mom started going to like evangelical churches and stuff like that. So I went to a church with her, and this one pastor, basically, he seen me and he's like, hey, this kid right here is going to be a minister one day. So hey man, and ever since he said that, he shouldn't have said that to my mom, because till this day, man, she's on me, man. Hey, look, remember?
Bro, yeah. So, somebody said that to my wife when I was like 18, and she will not. I'll be 50 in October, and she will not let me forget it.
Word. Yeah. So it happened to you too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So she's been on me the whole time. But so that was like the first like instance where something happened like that. This guy basically prophesied something for me, and so whatever, I kept on living, just doing my thing. And then in my late teens, I'd say like around 16, 17, I started experiencing these spiritual, like I started having these spiritual experiences, brother, and where I'd be in a state, so I'd be like almost half asleep, half awake, but I'd be asleep. Let me just put it to you like this. I'd be asleep, but somehow I'd be conscious of what's going on in the room. So I'd be able to see everything in the room, right? I'd be able to see who's in there. If somebody walks in, it's just ridiculous, right? It's like a Twilight Zone I'd be in. And what would happen is, so what would happen is I'd get this sound of like pressure, the pressure you get in your ears when you're on a plane and there's turbulence or whatever it may be. Like it's like it sounds like it's a white noise sound almost. So yeah, I'd get that. And then what would happen is my body would almost be like paralyzed. So it would feel like there's something like holding me down and like making, so it would feel like a spiritual attack. And then during these spiritual attacks, I'd see things, right? So one time, for instance, I saw, that character with the sickle, the demon with the sickle, with the hood, the black hood. Yeah, I seen that character.
The Grim Reaper.
Yeah. So I've seen that character before, man. And I've seen that character. And hey, I'm not gonna hold you, bro. It's like I seen it when I was actually dealing with like a female, right? I was dealing with this young lady, and I think to me that was a sign. It was one of those like, hey man, get out of here, and so. And so, I'd see things like that, it's not something I'm making up. My brother, you know, I have family that's actually seen me experiencing this thing. You know, they've actually woken me up out of it and you know, experienced it with me basically. And so that was my second type of thing, you know, that brought me like really close to the Most High. Then the third thing, like I was telling you, brother, was the Muslims. Basically, you know, I have a lot of Muslim friends, man. You know, just because we have different religions, you know, people shouldn't take it like, oh, we're you know, different people, or you know, we're somehow shouldn't get along with each other. I disagree with that, right? So I have a lot of Muslim friends who are great people, brother. You know, some of these guys will give you the shirt off their back, you know. And so I have a lot of Muslim brothers, and these guys would, you know, start raising questions. You know, Muslims are really good at it, right? They'll raise serious questions about the Bible, and if you're not careful, man, if you don't know what you're talking about, you know. So yeah, they had me puzzled for a little bit, and my faith was weakened a little bit. And so I decided to start looking into some of these questions for myself and seeing if there were, you know, answers to them. And I saw that for all the objections that they would bring up, I'd be able to find a reasonable answer for it in the Bible. So that also strengthened my resolve, and that's why I'm here today. Because you know, I don't want a lot of people, you know, are probably in the same situation that I was in. And I had the resources to go out there and, you know, find individuals that I could learn from and stuff like that. And so I feel that if I'm on here as a voice to some of these individuals that might be watching the channel, that might be on the fence, I feel like, you know, that's something that would add to the kingdom in that way. But yeah, so that's what led me here, brother.
Got you. And that's an interesting situation that you experienced. I'm gonna have to holler at you about that online. I had a similar situation when I was a younger man that and somebody close to my wife had a similar situation. And I know people think, you know, experiences like that are to be ignored somehow, but it happens, and it's like, how am I supposed to ignore this again? But people try to write it off and like it's nothing.
No.
Let me ask you this before we open up the panel. So obviously I still host debates on Paradigm Shift proper, but I also have a debate league, Worldview Wars Debate League. I told you a little bit about it.
Yes, sir.
Are there any topics that you would like to put forth as it relates to debate?
Yes. So I have a few topics, you know, I'd like to put forward, you know, for the debates. Like, for instance, when it comes to, okay, so we'll start, like, say, with the Kemetic community, right? I'm not, you know, I still have to do my work with Kemet, but, you know, I feel that I know enough at this point to know certain truths, right? So when it comes to Kemet, I'd like to debate, you know, I would want a fair debate where I'm defending Christianity and my opponent is defending Kemet, or whatever their spiritual belief system is within Kemet. And that way, you know, it would be fair. I don't want to just go and say, all right, we have a topic about Kemet. You know, are you guys, are you Cometians, modern Cometians, are you following the actual Kemetic spiritual belief systems? Because that's another thing, man. They're not. All right, because we don't even have.
Hey, you know, I was gonna ask you about Jabari, bro.
Okay, all right. So maybe I'll wait.
All
right, so I'll wait.
Yeah. So let's get into it, because I seen your interaction with him when all of y'all hit the panel.
Yeah,
and I rock with Brother Jabari. That's my guy. I like him a lot.
He was doing
but I saw this thing that he tends to do, especially to new people like yourself.
Yes.
Where he tends to diminish them and their education or their knowledge, as opposed to just addressing what you asked to be addressed. What did you think of that strategy? And did you gain respect for him as a debater, or did you lose respect?
To be honest with you, man, I thought he was gonna be tougher than that, man. It was, those old tricks are done. Those old
Okay.
tricks are done. And Sonetta is, the Don King of the community. So, he's the best at what he does. So he knows what he's doing. I don't really, when he's doing this thing, I don't look at it personally, right? Because he's got a channel to run. So, somebody
Right.
like Jabari, who's a legend on the channel, I could understand why he would hold him up. And so in terms of Jabari, man, he kind of disappointed me, man, to be honest with you, because I thought he was going to engage more with the points that I was bringing up. Instead, what he did was go to the old smoke and mirrors and you're not he even said you're not qualified to ask me questions. Like, what are we doing here, man? This is the type of attitude we're coming away. It's 2026, brother. There, and I pointed this out. That, brother, you're coming from a sort of like an elitist type of mindset, right?
I heard you say that.
Yeah, and I think he took it in because his rebuttal was like, "Hey, what's the problem with being elite?" The problem with being elite is that by definition, you're leaving majority of the people out, right? The elite class is like what, 5%, if not less than that. So what you're doing is trying to, build something like for 5% and leave everybody else out. But whatever. So they'll use tricks to, get you off your square. They'll talk about your education, whether you know this, whether you know that, when instead of attacking the actual point that I'm bringing forth. Some of the things that he was saying to me and in that to that audience, he would never repeat those things in front of an Egyptologist, right? And so I feel that I destroyed him, right? But it wouldn't seem that way because of the chat and because of the dynamics on the panel. But then I know that even he in his heart of hearts knows that I touched some certain aspects there, because he went several days after that still talking about me, man. Oh, Easy Bandz is a child, blah blah blah. Yeah, so I definitely know I touched some spots over there, pause. I touched some spots, and I feel that I actually exposed his shrine of Ma'at to be nothing but a modern new age esoteric religious belief system, right? That's all it is, right? With very very little sprinkles of ancient Kemet and incomplete information.
Shots fired!
Word up. So I successfully did that. Of course, I didn't come with too much scholarship, but I made my point, and even the scholarship that I did bring on consecutive days, proved that as well. So Jabari knows what time it is, man. Salute to him, though. But that religion thing that you're doing, the whole Kemetic cult thing, it's just a modern new age esoteric religion. Y'all shouldn't take
shots fired. Shots fired.
And it's sad that he's got people like taking 3 years out of their life to become priests in that, and this, so they're just becoming priests of fresh air, or or thin air.
Man. Because
let me just say this right quick. So when you look at what a lot of people don't realize is that the information that we have on ancient Kemetic religion is very, very little, right? So just the whole thought of somebody saying I'm reconstructing an ancient Kemetic religion or cult, is on its own extremely problematic. And then when you say that he's taken the whole entirety of Kemet, whether it's like 4,000 years or whatever it may be, 3,000 years, and putting that all into one religion, that already is not a reconstruction because that never existed, right? And there's very little to go on. Majority of the information from the temple libraries is gone. The oral traditions are gone. The priestly, how to perform the services, all that is gone. Most religious rhetoric is gone, right? So a lot of things are gone, and even the little that we do have, a lot of the sequences of paragraphs are basically not, I wouldn't say unreadable, but some of them are unreadable, but some of them make absolutely no sense in the modern to a modern reader, right? So it's a lot of holes, and I was very surprised at Jabari for coming on there and trying to lie to the people and act as though he does have a does have a consistent thing with his Shrine of Ma'at. It's simply not true.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, y'all need to have that. I see he having a debate with Chasad, I guess Thursday. So yeah, you and him need to have that convo, bro. Y'all need to have that convo.
Who's having a debate with Kassad?
Jabari.
Oh, really?
Something like, did the Exodus happen or something like that?
Okay, yeah. You see, I mean, these guys, man. You know, the sad thing is that you have people like Jabari, man, who's an educated man, right? He's a scholar. You know, he knows how to understand academic work and scholarship. He knows how to understand it. So you find that these guys, right, they overlook, or not even, they just ignore all the evidence that's for certain things, right? So with the Exodus, they'll say, oh, there's no evidence, blah, blah. But then they'll just ignore all the secondary evidence, right? Because it's not all the time that we depend on primary evidence. It's a lot of times that we depend on secondary evidence to come to certain conclusions, and they'll ignore all those things. They'll ignore the scholars that do support the idea of the Exodus tradition, which there are several, right? But so people like Jabari, being educated, you know, it's disappointing to see somebody like that fail to acknowledge some of these things. Now, I will say with I'm sure you're familiar with Brother Reggie.
Oh yeah, I had him on before.
Yeah. So
I did a video, bro. I said Israelites and Comedics are having a bad week because, you know, the Israelite brother came out that he was abusing his wife in various ways. And then Reggie brought out the Comedic priest who has an alternative lifestyle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like that was a bad
you watched
week,
that, huh?
bro.
You watched that, huh?
Yeah, I saw it. That's crazy. So one of my brothers that come up here was like, you can't be a priest and do that. And so I asked him to show me something in their text that say a Comedic priest can't, and he can't find nothing, bro.
Nothing. Word up, there ain't nothing, bro.
I'm like, he was like, it speak against it here. I say, bro, I'm asking you to show me something that says a Comedic, because we know what Christian priests, whether they do what they do and what they don't do is on them. But we know what the Bible says they ought not to do.
Yes, sir.
But my man still ain't showed me nothing.
Exactly.
Like, it's crazy, bro. It's
exactly.
crazy.
That's why I asked Jabari, like, so can anybody just become a priest? Anybody, so say you're from Norway, you can, you know, become a priest. And he basically conceded. He said, yeah. But then he went on to say that just in my shrine, we don't have any white people. So I don't know if that's like, so you see, this is all, you know.
But the biggest Comedic organization is ran by a white woman.
Hey, brother, you know, this is something that actually, I'm glad that you brought that up, because this is something that is a trend that comes from white people. This modern reconstructionist train that these guys are jumping on. It's something that comes from the white folk, you feel me? And so you see the same people coming at us and talking about, oh, you guys follow the white man's religion. You know, they're actually following new age liberal mindsets and all that, you know? So it's crazy to me, man. So I'm glad that I word up. So I'm glad that, you know, I had the opportunity to come on. Literally, you know, Sonetta called me literally minutes before that. So it's not like for anybody that watched that, it's not like I had weeks or days to prepare for Brother Jabari. No, and to be honest with you, I never even knew that I'd ever talk to him. So I knew very little about him, and I was just freestyling. Right.
Okay. So see, hey, Si, you know you my man. You know you my man, $100,000, Si, but you might have messed up because now y'all done gave this brother time to prepare.
Exactly.
Hey, it might get ugly the next time. Exactly. Hey, I like the Floyd Mayweather of the HOK. Jabari is that guy. Like, that was part of the reason when I started watching the HOK, I kind of fell off of it for a while. Yeah, and then I seen it was a video with Tazariak and Jabari walked down 125th and was like, "What's up?" So I was like, "Man, who is this dude, man? He bald, he got a beard, maybe I can, you know what I mean? We got some commonalities." And I had just started getting into the comedic thing. And that was our chief go-to. If Jabari said it, we can run with it.
Yep, it's word, Bible.
Yeah, and so when I started interacting with Sarnetta and all of that, Sarnetta was like, "Man, I'm gonna get you an interview with Jabari," and he called me, called Jabari, got us on the phone. Jabari came on. It's one of my highest viewed videos. Wow. So yeah, I rock with him, but
nice.
It's just you can't ignore the stuff that be like 110% incorrect.
Yes.
But it's being presented like it's the end all be all fact, and you just scratching your head like.
Exactly. And that's the crazy part, brother, is like, for somebody like, for people like us who are looking at this stuff objectively, right? Now we have a lot of like man fans and stuff like that, right? Where you have a lot of personality worship. So there's people that just like worship anything that he says. Like you said, people will look at his word and say that's Bible. And so you find that same sort of like mindset in the chat. Hey man, the chat was so against me, man. It was crazy. And I'm like, how are you guys against me? I'm showing you guys the truth. I'm literally showing you guys the truth. And what the brother is doing to you guys is he's lying to you guys and then running away from it. And so, but then, you had Brother Reggie, like I'm talking about, right? So Brother Reggie, man, I gained a lot of respect for him, man, because I seen that he has the will to be objective, right? At least when you come with scholarship, he's not just going to ignore it and try to like dance around it or not address it. He will actually concede to it, right? And he might even backpedal a little bit right there and make his stance compatible. So I really respect that. And Brother Reggie is somebody who's come at us consistently. He's come at us like Christians and even Hebrews. He comes at us consistently. So, the fact that he was actually able to stand up and see what was happening, and also like drop his own 2 cents in and say, hey, look, you guys are being hypocritical. How you're treating the brothers, right? You guys are holding these Christians to a standard that you wouldn't even hold yourselves to, right? And I respect him for that. He took a lot of heat on that too, right? Because people were like, oh, he's supporting the Christians and he's against Brother Jabari. Oh, he's jealous of Jabari and stuff like that. So I want to say shout out to him
too, man. I hate when they
said that about you.
No. They said I hate when they say it about Reggie because I'm like he may be resentful of Jabari. I think, and this is just my opinion. I think Reggie resents how much Jabari says he's connected to Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, regardless of how he got to know him. I'm not doubting that he got to know him, but I think for Reggie, just think of it like this. You know how you may have a cousin that didn't deal with your grandmother? Like that was their grandmother, and they visited her and all of that, but they don't mess with her like you mess with her.
Yeah,
like if you asked her, she'll probably say you her favorite. You know what I'm saying? Y'all close like that. But you hear when she gone, you hear the cousin who didn't rock with her like you do, bragging about their relationship and how close they was. You gonna look at them, even if you never say nothing, you gonna in your mind you gonna be like, they straight bugging. Like what? Like you and your sister would probably even have conversations like laughing at the fact, like, man, I had to hold my tongue because they tripping. Like, where they been? I feel like that's how Reggie feel about Jabari, and then it escalated with the Kemetic spiritual tradition, because Reggie knew those people existed when Jabari first started coming on the channel. He ain't never talk about them. But after Jabari was on the channel for a while, and Jabari would mention his relationship with Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, Reggie started, like one day Reggie was like, you ain't know them like that. Like he was like, you ain't even know them. Like, and that's why I say it's kind of like that cousin and the grandmother situation. I think he felt a way about that claim from Jabari, and it just escalated to everything else. I don't think he's jealous of him. I think he just resents some things about him.
Yeah, and
but
you know, I could
real
see.
Quick, hey, Gideon, check your text message, Gideon. I'm doing an all Israelite panel, and I wanted this Saturday, 7:15 Central Time. If you're available, I wanted you to be on there.
Hey, shout out to Gideon, man. Salute. That's a good brother as well, man.
For sure.
And that's another good thing about these spaces is that, you know, you meet good brothers, bro. You know, to be honest with you, there might be a lot of I told you how within a few months of my channel starting, after my wife bought that equipment, the non-believers stopped coming on. Jeez.
It was all Christian brothers, bro. It was all Christian brothers and one Israelite, but it was all Bible believers.
Hallelujah, man. Because it is, you know, I don't know if you remember Pastor Troy.
Yeah,
Pastor Troy, right? Remember he had the one song where he's like, you know, it's a war going on, and the devil's got some ammo too.
Man.
Yeah, man. Remember that one? That was a banger.
Man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to have, even if they could be, you could be a Christian and they could be an Israelite, but y'all had the Bible in common. Exactly. And I like when y'all hit the panel and represent, because you know you hear the stuff that be said, and it's like, man, you know that though, like that's bananas. But the whole chat think it's some scholarship. And you just like, what is happening?
Me, man.
Yeah, it get like that, man. I'm going to go ahead and put this link in the chat. Listen, if y'all got a question for the brother, ask your question. If you got a comment for the brother, give him your comment. But stick around and let him respond to it.
Yeah, so it does get crazy, man. And you have to kind of have a special personality to go through this type of thing and keep coming back and, you know, coming back for more, man. My personality, I'm somebody that's, you know, I'm comfortable going against the grain, right? I don't like being told what to think, you know. I don't like following the crowd just for the sake of following the crowd. So I don't care if, you know, the crowd is volatile against me or none of that, right? It's just that sometimes it could get cloudy, right? You might look at your performance and be like, wow, did I really do as good as I thought? Because of the atmosphere, right? The panel you're on, the crowd. But then a lot of times when I go back and watch what I did, I actually feel, how can I put it? A sense of
vindication.
Like I did something. Yeah, I did something, you know, worthwhile, right? And like I said,
when you're going through it and immediately after, you sometimes like, dang, did I?
Yeah.
But then when you look at it and then you get positive feedback. One time I went on Sinetta, bro, and this brother, he kept saying, he was telling me and Brother Lie, he was like, y'all follow another man's ideology.
Yeah.
And we like, what? Because he kept saying he was an atheist. And so when he got there talking to Brother Lie, bro, I was like, I say, so you say I'm following another man's ideology because I'm black, right? And I'm a Christian. He was like, yeah. And Brother Lie, a Muslim, that's European and that's Arab. So I didn't even want to get into the argument about whether it was European or not, because it was a bigger point.
Yeah.
So I say, all right, Brother Lie is following Islam, so he following the Arab ideology. And I'm a Christian, so I'm following the European ideology, right? He was like, right. I say, and you black,
Yeah.
and you an atheist.
Yeah.
He was like,
that's not African. Yeah.
I say, so by the same logic, you following another man's
sir.
ideology.
Yes, sir.
Hey, bro, the brother got the humming. I was like, so I had recorded that part, and I ended up clipping that part of the show, and I put it was like maybe 5 minutes. I put it on my channel, but as it was happening, I was like, man, I didn't put myself in a blender a little bit. You know what I mean? But when I look back at it, I was like, oh man, I put him in the garbage disposal. Like he wasn't even no blender. It was like I was like, okay, so yeah, bro. When I tell you keep doing what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing, bro. We got my man Jose Francis in the building. Jose is also in the Worldview Wars Debate League, and he'll follow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He a follower of Kemet. So
yes, sir. Yeah, I'm familiar with Jose, man. How you doing, Jose, man? Peace and blessings, bro.
Good.
Nice.
Good night, DMG. Now here's the question I have. If you admit you don't know much about Kemet and you need to brush up, then how can you speak on something that you're not fully prepared to speak on? That's my question. Shouldn't you learn more before you attack a man who spent 30 years of his life doing something? I think you should.
So
it's not
that's
going to work for you if you take one little.
Hold on, brothers. Hey, Light, if you can, Light, I need you to hit the panel. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that's to an extent it's a fair critique, but also to an extent it's kind of running away, right? Because it would be a difference if I came in just talking nonsense, right? But then that's not the case. When I'm coming in and asking some certain questions and making certain points, the points are valid and true. So I need for those points to be addressed directly. I don't need my scholarship to be checked or questioned. You know, if you're a scholar, so hold on. If you're a scholar,
let him get it out, Jose.
Yeah. So if you're a scholar, right, and you're professing certain things, right. So for instance, like Brother Jabari, he's professing to be a priest in this new shrine of Ma'at. You know, you shouldn't run away from questions, even from a layman. You should be able to answer those directly without insulting him or, degrading him in any way, shape, or form. So I don't see what the problem is if I come and ask a valid question to you, asking for a valid response, and I don't get one.
Hey, real quick, y'all, before you respond, I really got to pay a water bill. Light gonna hold down the panel. Everybody, please respect Light. When she say, Jose, it's time to move on to Steve, let it go and let him interact with Steve. Go ahead.
Peace, brothers.
Peace, my sister.
Peace and blessings.
Do you know that to someone like Jabari and me, what you say sounds uninformed and totally foolish and unacceptable?
Okay, so let me say this then.
That is the reason why. And then we can move on to Steve when answer.
Okay, so let me respond to that. So you're saying that me saying that majority of ancient Kemetic religion material is lost permanently. You're saying that that's foolish and ridiculous.
It's unsubstantiated.
How is it? You see, so now you look foolish to me, because if you go and hold on, brother.
Let the brother respond, and then you can respond.
Thank you. So when you look at what Egyptology says about it, right? It says that one, the information that we do have is sparse, is fragmentary, it's incomplete. In some instances, it literally doesn't make sense in a modern perspective. Majority of it is lost. The temple libraries are lost permanently. The what do you call it? The tradition, the oral tradition is lost, right? It's a dead religion. Okay, so a majority of the rhetoric from that religion is lost permanently, and that's what Egyptology says. So if you're saying that me regurgitating what the Egyptologist is saying is ridiculous and unsubstantiated. I don't know what gives you the authority to even say something like that.
Simply
Who are
because
you
I
basing
know
your...
you have never, because I know you have never read text to understand the text, because you yourself said you don't know the text. So what you're doing is reading commentary on people who are clearly qualified. But the reason why some texts don't make sense is because they call cryptext. They're not supposed to make sense. There are a lot of texts that when you read them at Dunesha, they don't make sense on purpose. You have to know the deeper level to understand the text. So it's not an accident. It's not random.
So
and how they
can you show...
reconstruct texts is they find other texts. But hold on. They find other texts that are more complete that say the same thing and reconstruct other texts. That's how they reconstruct the text. They're not just guessing and slapping random things in there. But when you don't study, you don't know that. You don't know that there are several places the texts are written. So if you can't find it here, you can find a more complete one there. But you don't know that because you're making an argument based on nothing. Based on reading commentary. You cannot make the argument. That's not a good argument, and you're not going to win. You're not going to win anything with that argument. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to let Steve go ahead and ask his question.
Yeah, but let me respond to that before he asks his question, because you just said a bunch of nothing. All right. You know, you came up here. I thought you had some better points to come up here with, but you came up here with nothing. You're basically doing the same thing Jabari tried doing and trying to kill the messenger instead of attack the message, right? So you're saying that because I said I don't know much about ancient Kemet, that's the only reason you have this objection against me, not because what I'm saying is actually valid and is actually substantiated by Egyptologists. You're saying I'm just reading commentary from people. No, I'm reading the work of Egyptologists, right? What you're doing is you're putting your own spin on that stuff, right? So if I asked you, for instance, and this, I asked Jabari this and he failed to do it, so I know you're going to fail as well. Show me the primary text that actually says the deities of ancient Kemet were not literal. Show me the primary text that says that those sequences of paragraphs that don't make sense, that they're supposed to not make sense. Okay, unless you can show me that, you're just making all this stuff up. You're just putting your own spin on it, your own modern worldview, your own modern esoteric worldview, right? Which comes from white folk, actually. So you're putting that and projecting it back on the people and trying to explain, oh, this is what they believe, that's what they believe, when you don't know. And you're over here talking about what I'm saying is ridiculous when what I'm saying agrees with Egyptology. We could find it on, we could even check Encyclopedia Britannica right now, and they say what I'm saying word for word. So I don't know, Jose. We can move to the next person, but you know, unfortunately, I thought you'd come with something more substantiate, with more substance than that. But we can move to the next brother.
Welcome, Brother Steve.
Hi.
Let's talk about it. Your time.
So my question is, whether it's New Age or whether the ancients, you know, people who have an affinity to Kemet or Africa, or you know, so the spiritual system, is it a traditional African spiritual system?
So you're speaking about the Kemetic, the ancient Kemetic one, or the modern one?
Whether the ancient one or the modern one, is it a traditional African spiritual tradition?
So the modern one is, for instance, like the Shrine of Ma'at, right? Those are reconstructions. And
okay, hold on. Before you continue, you're not answering my question. That's a that's a yes/no question. Is it a traditional African spiritual tradition?
All right. So for the modern one, I'd say no.
Why? Why is it no?
That's why I was trying to explain to you.
No. So tell me why it's no.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So the reason why it's not is because what's happening with the modern, like for instance, the Shrine of Ma'at, is that we have people from 2026, right, projecting their modern worldviews, okay, onto ancient people who didn't think like that.
Okay,
so the ancient people believe that they're God.
Sorry to interrupt. Have you ever heard of Osero Set Society?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a member of
the society. Okay, no.
Osero Set Society, right?
No.
So, Brother Jabari and his name was Shamaz or Heru, Baba Heru. So we're affiliated. in a sense. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. I've heard Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark actually came to Pace University and he lectured, and Dr. Ben used to lecture at the Slave Theater in Brooklyn, right? So I'm not into. I didn't have personal relationships with either one of them, but I have heard them speak.
Okay.
Where's my there's a book. Where's my book? The Metal Netir. I can't find it right now, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of Metal Netir series. So what I'm saying is that if you're saying, so would you consider Yoruba and say, are there other actual traditional African spiritual religions in existence today?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Okay. So if you can accept those as being traditional African spiritual traditions, right, or African religions, why can't you accept that the Kemet too, or those of us who inspired to follow the tradition of Kemet, that is also traditional African spiritual tradition? Why can't you accept that?
So the reason why is because you don't have oral tradition, whereas the Africans do have.
Have you ever heard of the Dogon? Have you ever heard of the Dogon people?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and who were the Dogon?
Yes, they're a group that live in I'd say right underneath the Sahara, and I think it's around, like, is it Chad, around there, somewhere there?
Did you hear that they were Kemetic priests? That they were priests in Kemet?
So I've heard that kind of rhetoric before. Okay, right?
Would you accept that they were priests in Kemet?
I mean, there's no way for me to tell, to be honest with you.
So why wouldn't you accept that? Have you ever read a book like The Pale Fox? Have you looked into like anthropology? I have the book here, The Pale Fox. I just think that.
Okay, so brother, let me just say this, right? Okay, so let me just say this. I gave you my answer. The reason why these modern Kemetic.
Let me just get it up. You're stereotyping people.
Let me just get it up.
Stereotyping people who you really haven't spoken to, and you're just stereotyping people. You will accept.
So you don't want to have a discussion.
Steve, let him get it out, bro.
Okay,
this is his takeover. Let him get it out. Let him get it out fully before you interrupt.
Just let me get this out now. I'll mute up. But you will accept other traditional African spiritual traditions, but you just won't accept the Kemetic one because you're saying that that's New Age. Okay, but I'm telling you this is a traditional African spiritual tradition. That's what I'm saying it is. But
hey, Easy Bandz, would you take that debate?
Oh, of course. I mean, but I want it with Jabari. But of course, I'll take that debate with him. We could do that.
No, the debate that I would prefer with you is the one about the biblical Exodus versus the Hyksos expulsion, the historical Hyksos expulsion, the historical Hyksos expulsion versus the biblical Exodus.
I mean, I don't see where the debate is there.
What? Which one is more historical? The Hyksos expulsion or the biblical Exodus?
So the Hyksos expulsion, right, is historical, but it doesn't discount that the biblical Exodus didn't happen. That's the thing. Actually, hold on. It actually shows a consistent trend of certain of those kind of things happening, right? Foreigners coming in. No, it's an example, right? When you see the Hyksos, brothers, let's just have a discussion, okay? We're cool. When you see the Hyksos expulsion, right? It shows you that this type of thing happened in ancient Egypt. So when we read the Exodus in the Bible, it's not now just some abstract thing that you've never seen in history.
The parting of the Red Sea.
Hold on.
The parting of the Red Sea.
Talking about
the Hyksos expulsion mentions the parting of the Red Sea.
Okay, so this is what we're doing. So the ancient
Amira.
So listen, this is what I'm proposing. Let's see if we can get a debate out of this. Which one is
the Exodus one
more accurate? Or do you? Because y'all would have to agree that they the.
Let's go. He just came up here. He just came up here to basically say that the modern Kemetic religion is an ancient African tradition. So let's debate that.
I didn't say. I said traditional African spirituality. I didn't say ancient. That's not what I said. I said that what the Kemet too, what we aspire to practice, or there are existing traditional African spiritual traditions that exist today. And if we want to know what that tradition is about, well, we can go ask them. But to say that to be so narrow-minded and to say that we're Eurocentric and we're esoteric and we're following white people, but I'm telling you that it's a traditional African spiritual tradition. And if we want to go talk to somebody, well, then why wouldn't we go talk to a traditional African spiritualist? Or why wouldn't we go to, hold on. Why wouldn't we go to Africa and study with the Dogon or study with the Yoruba over there? And why would we go talk to white people?
So can I ask you some questions?
Let's you want to do a debate? Let's do a debate. And so I would prefer to debate the Hyksos expulsion versus the biblical Exodus. And once we get that debate title,
all right, let me just
hold on, brother Bandz. Once we get that debate title straight, I'll be quiet.
Damn,
and I would prefer this.
You're up here making demands. You're cutting me off.
I'm not making any demands, my brother. I'm not making any demands, my brother. I just see the back and forth and the.
No, it's not a back and forth.
The mythology versus actual history, which we have evidence for. I'm see the folks back here. They know me or they know of me, and they know my style. And this is just my style.
All right, cool. So let's just bring it back. So let's just bring it back. All right. You came up here basically saying that the modern spiritual, the revisionist attempts, the reconstructionist attempts, that you're saying that those are actual African belief systems. What I'm telling you is that they're not. And I tried to give you reasons why, right? You kept on interrupting me. So some of the reasons why, especially the biggest one, is that there's no oral transmission of how they used to perform anything. I've already explained how most of the temple libraries are destroyed and permanently lost. Most of we don't even know if some of those pyramid texts, if they were supposed to be actually performed by people, or whether it was just supposed to be performed by the dead after his decease, right? So it's a lot of things that you don't know, and that you're making a reconstruction based on tad bits that are incomplete, right? The other brother over here, Jose, came up and he basically said, he admitted that there are actual sequences of paragraphs that don't make sense to the modern reader. Okay.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, let me finish, Jose. It's gonna come back around to you. Jose, we gonna after he respond, we're gonna go to Silky and then we're gonna get back around to you.
All right. So those are the things that I'm using to say that this is disconnected, and what you guys are doing is projecting a modern worldview. Now, the reason why I said that is because I wanted to ask you, do you believe that the deities were real and literal?
Who are you asking, me or Jose?
You, brother. Is it
You're
brother
asking
Steve?
Me personally, if
Yeah.
I know the deities, like for example, Ma'at or Osir. One second. Osir. Do I think that this thing, do I worship this statue?
Is it literal?
I don't worship the statue.
Why did I know Steve was going to grab something like that? That is hilarious.
No, I don't worship this statue, right? This statue did not bring me into being. I don't praise this statue. I could bring up one of Peru. I got Tehuti. I got
you answered it. So
hold on. I got an image here of Osir, right? I don't worship these things, right? Like you said, I'm living in 2026, right? Exactly. And nobody's that ignorant. And I don't think that the ancient Kemet too were that ignorant either to worship, to praise, because hold on. You know how many different energies there are, right? So we worship water, we worship the sun, we worship the sky, we worship rain. So in other words, I would worship anything. I would worship dirt, right? So my entire day was just, all I was doing all day was just busy. Anything that I saw, I was worshiping. So you're saying that I am that ignorant, as well as the ancient Kemet too are that ignorant. And added to that, ancient Africans, traditional African spiritualists, ancient and modern, are that ignorant. And that is the level of prejudice, right? I don't worship this. I don't worship this. I don't.
All right, brother. I asked you a simple question. Stop, man.
I gave you a simple answer. I gave you a simple answer.
You keep
no,
going.
it's not. No, they're not. No,
hold on.
No, they're not. No, I don't know them to be actual physical beings. No,
I didn't say physical. I just said, are they literal? Are they real and literal? You said no. Okay, so listen. Now this is the thing, right? You said no, and you proved my point. You said I'm living in 2026,
right?
And I'm not that ignorant to believe in such things.
When are you living in?
Hold on, brother. Let me finish.
Hold on, let him get it out, Steve, because we're gonna go to Silky.
So, brother. So you just proved my point for me, and I appreciate you for that. So you proved my point. You said I live in 2026, and we don't go by such things, right? Because we know better. That's what you're saying. So when I said that what you guys believe in is a modern worldview that you project onto the ancient people, that was exactly what I was talking about, and you just proved that to the people.
It's a modern worldview.
Hold on, brother. Hold on,
Steve. We gotta move on. We gotta move on.
Don't blame me for what you're doing.
Hold on, and you called it
what you're doing.
and you called it ignorant.
Hold on, Steve. We gotta move on. We gotta move on to Silky. So once he wrapped this up, we're gonna go to Silky, but we're gonna come back around to you.
Yeah. So Steve, and you called a belief in a real literal deity, you called that ignorant. Okay. So now, and then you bring these statues, right? Do you know that those deities used to inhabit those statues, and they would actually answer people's requests and stuff like that? You know, the deity, they'll call upon the deity, and it would inhabit the statue.
No, I don't know that. Do you know that?
That's my point.
Do you know that?
I do know that. Yes, I do know that.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Brother Bandz? How do you
I'll
know that?
I'll tell you several ways.
How do you know that? You were there? Were you there?
Can I tell you?
There?
No, I wasn't there, but the rhetoric is there.
How do you know? Did you live it?
Listen, Steven Easy Bandz. I gotta go to Silky, but we're gonna come back around to you, Steve. Stick around. All right. Silky D, the undeniable superstar. What's the word, brother? You got a question or a comment?
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I got a comment. But the brother is Easy Bandz. Oh, hey brother, you know what? You know, it's very rare where I get impressed. And I was actually impressed by the way you just finessed both of them in this exchange. Yeah, man, I'm happy to see that. You don't see that too often. So, yeah, that was some good stuff, even though they came in hiding off the hip. But still, yeah, you finessed them on point. I totally agree with you. Like, yeah, you need to be addressing the points, addressing the literature, addressing the academics. Yeah, y'all are saying y'all aren't even going to even look at the information. So I don't even know what y'all are going off of by even making them statements like that. So, yeah, like you definitely got to vet out your institutions, vet out your information, vet out your scholar. Oh, yeah, evidence. You got to you get direct evidence. There's all type of
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Yeah, that was actually pretty entertaining, man. Watching you finesse them boys, that was hilarious. Yeah, I got a hot little title, a topic, or whatnot. If anybody want to debate, I show up with titles. You feel me? I want to debate. If anybody wants smoke, you know what I'm saying? Did the Berbers influence the Bible?
Come on,
Silky.
Easy Bandz. Easy Bandz. What you think, man? What you think?
Did the Berbers influence the Bible? Jeez, to be honest, that's something I haven't really looked into like that, but I'm willing to look into it and see if I could, if it's something that I want to actually debate. So what's your point when it comes to that? You think that they did?
You can say that, yeah. I really was saving that for Hemi. I kind of wanted to let Hemi get first dibs on that. But then again, anybody can get smoked with that too, though. So you feel me? It ain't no thing. Anybody can get it.
Nah. I think you have your sights set, man. So I'm gonna let you do your thing on that one, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna bring it to Hemi, Silky.
Yeah, tell him I want that fade. Tell him I think he's ready. I think it's time for us to go ahead and hash this on out.
Hey, Silky, peace and blessings
Yes,
to you.
sir.
Peace and blessings to you, man. I've seen you around a few times, man. Good dude, man. Appreciate you.
Oh, already, man. Yeah, likewise.
Word up, word up.
All right, Jose Francis, I see you itching for some competition from my man Easy Bandz. You barely being restrained, brother. I'm listening upstairs.
Right?
I'm listening upstairs. Light had to get you together, man. What's going on, Jose? Easy Bandz got you triggered, brother.
Now, let me say something.
Talk to us.
I said certain texts don't make sense because they're called cryptic. They're not supposed to make sense to people who were not ancient Kemetic priests. That is what I said. Do not misquote me. I didn't say the text. Right. And number two.
I have a question.
Hold on. Silky getting me mad too because he always everything with him is blasted Berber. He needs to stop. You really need to stop. He doesn't even know what the word means, and he's still arguing that foolishness.
Hey, man. Why you mad at Silky, bro?
I'm mad at everybody except you, DMG, and Light. Anybody else, pretty much? That is it. I don't know. I'm just irritable. I'm going through something right now. Right? So you have to forgive me. I just don't like when people come up and the one who don't know nothing, giving the one who think he knows something a high five, and both of them slapping fives and thinking that they said something. You are one who I can respect when it comes to the text because you study. So I can respect what you're saying. I know you're well studied, so you have your reasons for saying it. You're not just talking and you're not disrespectful. You have an honest reason. Other people just
nobody's even making that argument.
Hold on, Jose. Let me ask you this, and then I want Light to ask her question. Are you trying to say Easy Bandz is unqualified to be talking about Kimmy?
I didn't try. That's exactly what I said. Because he said it himself. He said, I'm not. Hey. He said, I know little on the topic, and then you're going up against a man who spent 30 years, which is his whole adult life.
Okay, Jose, I got you. I gotta let Easy Bandz respond, and then Light gonna ask her question. Light gonna hold the panel. I gotta step away. I gotta go check on the queen. But please give Light the same respect you would give me. Light gonna ask her question after you respond to Jose, Easy Bandz.
Okay. So Jose, man, we're back to square one again. You talking about my qualifications to ask questions, which to me is crazy, right? You're not, again, addressing the actual information. So first off, you said exactly what I said. I said that some of the texts, right, some of the sequence of texts don't make sense to the modern reader. Therefore, trying to reconstruct that is impossible for the modern reader. Therefore, that adds to the reason why movements or the shrine, like the Shrine of Ma'at, is not a real representation of the ancient Kemet religion because of things like that, right? On top of other things where you have the libraries, the temple libraries are lost. I'll say that again. What's remaining text is fragmentary and is scattered over millennia sometimes. You have, no oral tradition. You have no continuity, and the basically what's left of the information that we do have covers just a small portion of the actual vastness of ancient Kemetic religion, and therefore any attempt at reconstructing that a real accurate, position, a real historical and accurate position of any of the cults at any given time is impossible at this time. All right. So now, if you can address that rather than what I know about Kemet or what I don't know, that would be very helpful to the conversation.
I'm going to say it again because you didn't hear me. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Based on what?
Hold on, Easy Bandz. You're listening to what we call conjecture on the part of Egyptologists who don't know what the full context would have been and what is majority, what is minority. They don't know that. They know what they find, and they draw conclusions based on what they find and say stupid things like retain the sacrifice happened. And if you ask them for primary text, they don't have any. That is the problem I have with people who want to come and read a scholar's paper and never look at the actual text with the Medunetra and read any translations. That is the problem. That's not scholarship. That's reading commentary, and you must know the difference.
Okay,
There's
so brother, you're saying that I'm wrong, right? Are the temple libraries still present, fully intact?
That has nothing to do.
Yes or no?
That has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm not falling down that rabbit hole of nonsense.
It does.
I'm not doing
Hold on, Jose. If the libraries aren't intact, then I think the brother would be right. Everything that they're dealing with is fragmented. So if it's fragmented, how do you put it together?
And I explained to him there are some things that they are fragmentary, but what they do is they find more complete copies written somewhere else, and they take that and reconstruct from what they do not have because they're written in several places. Everything you find is not fragmentary and worm-eaten. That's not true, because we have an instance of what they call the Shabaka, which was created because Shabaka found an ancient worm-eaten papyrus and said, put it on stone so this can be remembered and we can have something more solid. So
okay, I have one more question.
That being lost, yes, ma'am.
I have one more question for you. So
yes,
is it so wrong for the brother to ask questions while he admits that he doesn't know, he's not well versed on it? So if he's not well versed on it, in order for him to learn, isn't it fair that he asks questions?
What he's doing is coming with this attitude that what he knows is enough for him to make with an accusatory tone to tell people they're not practicing the original thing, when at the same time dealing with a reconstructed language and looking at the original text of the same thing that you're talking about that are fragmented just the same. So what sense does it make for you to criticize reconstruction when the language of your Bible is reconstructed and they found fragmented text that sometimes don't even agree with what you believe? So what is his argument about something being fragmentary? It's fragmented. There's fragments and reconstructions on both sides. So
You're the one talking about a text and just a literature about one piece of.
Okay, come on. Let's get some decorum. Steve, you could respond, and then we'll get to Silky. I mean,
Easy.
Jose.
Right.
Jose.
So
okay.
can I respond to him?
Yes.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm explaining it. I can say the same thing about you because they found fragmentary text, and some of those fragments don't agree with what your Bible says. Hebrew is a reconstructed language, so don't come here with this. It's reconstructed, and we don't know because a lot of your text comes from things that are reconstructed, including the language.
So can I respond now?
Don't do that. Yes.
Okay. So you see. You know what, man? I thought, it's crazy that you're actually talking like, you know all this stuff, but you clearly don't know anything about Egyptology at all. Because the claims that you're making here on this panel, you would never, ever dare make those in front of an Egyptologist, telling me that I'm wrong and denying that temple libraries are lost and that doesn't matter, and denying that the oral tradition is lost, and denying that there's no continuity, and denying that the texts are fragmentary and some of them are incomplete.
I didn't deny anything you said.
Jose, let him get it out. Jose, let him get it out, please.
And denying that some of them are incomplete, and denying that some of them don't make sense to the modern reader. For you to deny all those things, you would never ever dare say any of this stuff in front of an Egyptologist. They would laugh you out of the room. Okay, so you're actually, bro, to be honest with you, you should humble yourself, man. All right, I humbled myself enough to say that, hey, look, I don't know every nook and cranny, but I do know the basics about some of the information that the Egyptologists are putting out concerning this topic. And it's just true that you cannot reconstruct a fully accurate historical representation of ancient Kemetic religion. I'll just ask you this, which you do know that in different regions they had opposing myths, right? So which one are you reconstructing? And it's thousands of years, and they had different emphasis on different religious belief systems over different millennia or different dynastic periods. So which one are you reconstructing? But last time I asked Brother Jabari that, he says he analyzez everything and then reconstructs based on that analysis. So that, again, is not a pure reconstruction. So first off, you try to compare Kemet with Christianity. You know, that just shows me that your lack of academic, understanding is vast, significant. Because, brother, these are two different categories. One is a dead religion. One is a dead religion. I don't know what do you know what a dead religion is? A dead religion that's been dead for thousands of years, brother. All right. The other one is a continuous religion since its inception. All right. We have oral tradition. We have manuscripts. We have early church traditions. We have many things to go on. All right. Showing the difference. So these are two different categories, brother. All right. So if you can show me, just show me quickly, right? Just show me the text that say, because I don't think you believe that the gods are literal, right? Quickly. So show me the text.
There's a nuance between some literal comparisons and some things that are not so literal when you're dealing with deities. Some of them are compared to the sun, moisture, air, the earth, and elements.
So you're saying that the deities are literal?
No, I'm saying that that there's a certain level of literal representation to the deities, but they're not strictly literal.
Okay,
because they clearly have a non-literal representation as well.
Okay, so can you show me a primary text that says what you're saying, that no, the deities are not literal?
If you want to have this conversation, we can schedule a time to have the conversation. I'm not one to just going to pull up something on the third moment to make myself look stupid. That I don't.
Jose, let me ask you something, because I'm listening while I'm taking care of the queen, and I gotta ask you this, bro, because you said something to Brother Easy Bandz that kind of fly in the face of what you accusing him of, because you've proven not to know certain things about Christianity. Would you agree?
Brother, I understand. I know everything about everything.
Hold on.
I don't talk about things that I don't know. No.
It's a yes or no question, brother.
Brother, I don't claim to know everything about everything.
Just walk with me. Walk with me. I asked you a simple question. Jose, pause. Time out.
The answer is yes, and let's move on. The answer is yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it out, because I want you didn't did all that, so now I gotta ask the question again, just in case somebody ain't heard what I said. Jose, you yourself have admitted to having a limited knowledge of Christianity. Yes or no?
Yes, and Kemet too.
Okay, and Kemet too. I'm glad you added that. That has never stopped you from chiming in about Christianity or Kemet. Yes or no?
No.
So,
you see?
Okay.
But DMG, in my defense, I don't talk about things that I don't
walk with me, Jose. My mic louder than yours. Just walk with me. My mic is louder than yours, brother. Just walk with me. Because we going down the street. And the only way not to go down this street is to jump off the bike. This is the street we going down. This is the street. This is the street we going down. I know it hurt, brother. I know it hurt. I heard it in your voice. Listen to me though, because you my man. You my man. I know it's painful. I know it's painful, right? It feel like I headbutted you right now. But listen, we got to go down this street. Now, you just admitted to having a limited knowledge of Christianity and Kemet.
Yes, sir.
You said Jose. You said Jose. You said Easy Bandz shouldn't be coming up here talking about anything Kemet when he admitted to having a limited knowledge thereof. Would you agree that you said that?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Now, this is what I need you to tell me, Jose, and then I'm gonna mute out and let Light run the panel.
Ari!
How do you reconcile what you said about him And what you said about yourself.
Because I don't say things that I don't know to be true. I don't think to be true. I don't speak on every topic with authority. I don't do that.
Hey, Jose, I'm going back on mute and I'm gonna let Light. I'm going back on mute and I'm gonna let Light run the panel. But you know you sound crazy, bro.
If you say so, I speak about what I know. I'm not coming on here as no authority. I don't have to quote 10,000.
Step into the light.
But
I know what I'm reading and I know what I'm saying is true to the best of my ability. I'm not going to come on here and challenge someone who spent 30 years of their life doing something and tell them that is trash. And no one who has spent 30 years is qualified to do so.
All right, Jose, we gotta go back to Steve.
That is why I don't do that. I'm challenging you because I can challenge you. I can't challenge somebody for
Jose, come on, man. We just went down the street, man.
I'm gonna keep doing it.
Stay on your mic, Jose.
I'm gonna keep doing
Stay on your mic, man.
If I'm wrong, I'll be wrong and probably wrong.
You know you. I'm good.
I don't back down for nothing.
Hey, well, since you put it like that, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Let me tell you, you dead wrong. Because you just said this man couldn't do what you yourself are doing. You gotta stop.
Okay, DMG.
You gotta stop.
The difference is this. If you challenge me on ancient chemistry,
Jose, there is no difference.
There is a difference.
There's no difference.
He's not qualified to tell me nothing, and I don't respect his knowledge. I don't
Jose, the question.
Jose, why should he respect yours?
He doesn't have to. I didn't ask him for that. I never said that he doesn't have to.
So why did you even add that you don't respect his?
Because this is what I've been saying the whole time, and that's what he said to me too.
Let me go to Steve. Don't go nowhere, Jose. Don't go nowhere, Jose. Don't go nowhere. Jose, don't go nowhere. I gotta go to Steve.
Do me a favor, Jose. Send me a friend request. I was looking for you, but I couldn't find you. Send me a friend request. If you can find me, just send me a friend request. But other than that, I think, what I know of the Bible and what I know of the Old Testament, and I was listening to the interview, if memory serves me correctly, I think that Easy Bandz and DMG was saying that Moses was an African, right? So yes. I think that Moses is an African because Kemet or Egypt is in Africa.
Yes.
Other than that, as you said, Moses' mother, not his biological mother, but the one who found him in the basket in the river, that she raised him, but she raised him as a Kemet too. So which means that Moses studied in Kemet, right? And he probably was a Kemetic priest. So what he learned in Kemet, right? Whatever magic or whatever he learned from the people in Kemet.
Yes.
Right? So that is in your own text. That's not on some Kemetic text. That's in your own text, right?
Yes, sir.
Then too, there's something called syncretism, right? Syncretism is a blending. Anyone who will stand up and say that nobody learns from nobody else, that no human society didn't learn from no other human society, is a damn liar, right? So there's syncretism, right? So to say that Moses studied or he learned from the ancient Kemet too, and out of the tradition of Moses came Judaism. But where did he study? He studied in Kemet. Then, if you want to talk about when they were in the wilderness or before the wilderness or whenever, when they were dealing with the Canaanites, right? So in your own text, it talks about the people of Israel having relationships or intermingling with these other so-called pagans, or you might call them traditional African spiritualists, right? Yes. So again, we see a syncretism. So this, if you're going to tell me that that Judaism or the Hebrew faith made it into the contemporary era, so therefore it's a living tradition, and Christianity makes its way into the contemporary era, therefore it's a living tradition, but you're not willing to admit that they learned from each other. And who did they learn from? They learned from the ancient Kemet too, even though they might be dead, and we don't know what it says on the text, right? So which means that if they learn from each other, I should be able to ask you. Then I should be able to learn from you then, right? And where did you learn it from? I would think that you learned it from somebody who was older than you, or it's a civilization that was older than Moses, or the Hebrews or the Christians.
Yeah, but so the only like pushback that I'll give to that is that, okay, so now there's one thing called, like you're talking about the synchronism, but it's not exactly that, right? The thing is that these groups of people are from the same cultural background, right? The same milieu. So you will see, because of that fact, you will see that some of their stories might be described in a similar fashion. Some of their ideas might be described in a similar, the way they tell their stories, they might use the same phrases. They might use things like that just because of where they're from. Like, for instance, me and you today, right? Speaking, I don't know if you're in North America right now, but so for the brothers who are in North America, the way we tell a story, or the way Brother DMG would tell a story, and maybe some of the words and terms he would use to describe stuff would be different from an African brother on the continent right now, because of the cultural background. Okay, so somebody in the village in Africa wouldn't tell us a story the same way that Brother DMG would do, right? Now, Brother DMG, and say for instance me, who's in Canada over here, we would, I would understand what he's saying, whereas maybe somebody in the village in Africa might not understand what he's saying. So that's just an example of having the same cultural background. And that's why you find similar stories like flood stories. You find stuff like that because they come from the same area. Now, the thing that I would push back heavily with is that Christianity and just the Hebrew Israelite faith is a polemic against Kemet. Okay, so for you to say that, basically this religion is learning from or taking from, I'd have to push back on that, because it's an actual polemic. It's not a continuation of those things. It's actually disagreeing with those things. So you find in the Bible where the Kemetic gods are defeated, right, by Moses and the Most High God. They're defeated, and it's showing you that this is an actual polemic. It's showing you who the true God is, how to worship him, and what his actual revelation is to us, which is different from what you find in Kemet. You don't find in Kemet a creator who actually comes onto the earth and sacrifices his own life out of love for us so that we may have eternal life. You don't find that in Kemet. You find, like Brother DMG was describing earlier, you find you have to do spells and try to trick the gods to make it to the afterlife, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas in our faith, the Most High himself came onto this earth, sacrificed himself so that we can have eternal life out of love. And so that's one of the biggest things that separate Christianity or the faith from a lot of the others. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
It's so silky, Steve, but we're going to come back around.
Let me just say this, please, DMG. I wasn't trying to get into the spiritual traditions. I was just talking, because now we're talking about monotheism versus polytheism and so on and so forth. And I'm trying to stay away from that. But I mentioned syncretism, and one being a living tradition, such as the Hebrew faith and Christianity, and then saying that the Kemetic tradition is dead, even though it is a traditional African spiritual tradition. And you have many, many different traditional African spiritual traditions that are still alive today. So to say that it's dead, or it's Neo-Egyptian or whatever, is it dead or is it Neo-Egyptian? But other than that, I want that debate with you. I want that debate with you about, please. I want that debate with you about the biblical Exodus versus the Hyksos expulsion. Which one is historically correct? And we could modify the title however we could work on the title, but that's the premise. The biblical Exodus versus the Hyksos expulsion. Which one is historically correct? And I'm not talking about biblically historically correct, biblical history. I'm talking about actual history where there's evidence, and the evidence happens to be in the Kemetic text, right?
Brother
and
Steve.
what scientists found in terms of strontium in the bones, and what do the Kemetic texts say?
Brother Steve, about that debate, right? I don't disagree that the Hyksos thing happened. That I don't say that it didn't happen. So that debate doesn't make sense to me. You get me? I don't disagree that the Hyksos explosion
Right. You
happened.
don't
I
want to
agree that
have
it
that
happened.
debate because when it comes to facts and evidence, the fact that
But
the ancient Kemet too, they wrote it on their walls that
yeah,
we can read the walls, we can
yeah.
read the, and we know that it happened. So
Okay, so I
which
don't
which
disagree.
one is right? Right. So you don't want to have that debate. Okay, cool.
No, I don't disagree, but we could have the debate on the topic that you just disagreed with, just that I just described, right?
What's
About
that?
how ancient Egypt religion is a dead religion.
Well, 1 minute you're saying it's New Age, and now you're saying it's dead. Which one is it?
No,
Is
I'm
it New
talking
Age or is it
the,
dead?
the New Age is the modern reconstructions. That's what's New Age.
It's a
Ancient Kemetic.
syncretism, of
No,
course,
no, no, no.
because as
So,
you said in Kemet, there were these different gnomes. Even in ancient Kemet, there wasn't everybody wasn't doing the same thing. At the different
yes,
gnomes, they had
that's my
their
thank
different
you.
right. Their lead, of
You,
course,
you
that which is true of any place that you go to, which is
and you're
true.
proving my point.
Even in
That's not,
Christianity, you have Protestants, you have Catholics, you have Orthodox Christians. You have so many different Christian denominations.
and that's true. And you're proving my point by that. So that's why I'm letting you go, because you're proving my point. Is that
No, we
there was,
could no. I'll debate you. I'll debate you on syncretism. Would you like to debate on syncretism?
what about it?
Syncretism meaning that a spiritual tradition, that spiritual traditions borrow from other spiritual traditions, that so-called contemporary or modern spiritual traditions borrow from the traditional African spiritual traditions.
And so I just conceded to an extent that the reason that you see some that you see some similarities in these traditions is because of their cultural proximity. They're close to each other. They're from the same culture, and that's why you will
But one
see.
is better than the other. One is better than the other because I
No,
worship this idol.
brother.
Because I worship idols, right? I worship idols. I worship this
But you're
idol.
changing the topic now.
No,
So
no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
trying
no,
to
no, no, no,
explain
no, no,
why.
no, no, no. I worship this. I worship idols, right? So I'm an idol worshiper, and you're a monotheist, so you're better than me.
Brother, I don't know what you're doing now, but basically you're talking
You
about
understand well what
you're
I'm
talking about
doing.
syncretism, right? And I was trying to explain why, like to a certain extent, I'll concede that because of the cultural proximity of these religions or these faiths or these people, you will find similar ideas and some influence here and there on the way that they describe their faith. But in terms of when you look, you strip down the skeleton of both faiths or both systems, you will find that in the Hebrew Israelite is basically a polemic against ancient Kemet. And you will find in stories, for instance, where Moses defeats the gods of Kemet. Okay, you will find that kind of sentiment there. So the two, you
So
can't say
what's your
that
debate
the one
topic?
is
What's your debate topic, my brother? What's your
the
debate topic?
debate. The debate topic is okay. Is ancient Kemetic religion a dead religion?
Okay, dead in what sense? Why is it dead?
Is it dead? Like it's non-existent? Like it's at this point in time, it doesn't exist anymore.
Why doesn't it exist anymore?
Because it's not practiced by anybody.
But if you admit to syncretism, how could you say that it's not, that some aspects of it didn't make its way into the
That's not what
modern era?
syncretism is. That's not what I basically conceded to, is that because of proximity, right, of these cultures, because of their closeness to each other, they will have similar ways of describing stuff, right, or talking about certain ideas, or they might even have some sort of like cultural memory together. Because, like, for instance, the flood story, you see that all over the place in the Middle East, right? You see it. I think the Sumerians have it. A bunch of people have it. The Babylonians, if I'm not mistaken, they had it too. And so, because of their cultural proximity, which I'm trying to tell you, they might be hints of a shared history, a shared memory, and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that they're practicing the same faith. So if you say that because the Hebrew Israelites lived close to Egypt or came out of Egypt, right? You can't then claim that they are practicing ancient Egyptian religion now, because they're
I
not.
didn't say
They
that.
practice something different.
I
But
didn't
you
say
just said,
that.
but when I said that it's a dead religion, you said that how can you say that when you have syncretism? That's what you said.
Right.
So which means that you're implying that the syncretism, those those cultures that you're saying that syncretized ancient Egyptian religion to theirs, you're saying that basically they're carrying ancient Egyptian religion, right?
Aspects of it, yes. Aspects of it, yes.
But I'm telling you, they're not.
So they carry
because it's a
no
different religion.
they carry no aspects of it at all. Okay, so your debate, the debate title will be that
is it a dead religion?
Okay, you no. That either choose Christianity or choose Christianity or choose the Hebrew tradition and say that they carry no aspect of Kemet.
Brother, I just sat here and told you
no. Let's say no
Okay.
aspect, because no aspect at all.
Okay, bro. I'm trying to tell you the difference. All right, look, brother, look. If you wear shoes and I wear shoes, right? We both wearing shoes. Does that make me you?
Shoes.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me just ask you a simple analogy.
Let him get it out, Steve. Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
Let me give you a simple analogy, brother. If I wear shoes and you wear shoes, does that make me you and does that make you me?
No, we're people who wear shoes because we want our feet protected. Shoes are still shoes. They still serve the same fundamental utilitarian purpose. Yes, to protect.
So all right. So given that fact, right? If I say that we share certain aspects, like the aspect of wearing shoes, does that make me you and does that make you me?
But I'm not saying that you're you and I'm not saying that you are me. That's not what I'm saying.
But you're saying that the religion.
I'm just including the word aspect in the debate title. That's all.
All right. So look, Steve, give a closing, and then Easy Band's gonna respond, and then we're gonna go to Silk.
Okay, this is my closing. Brother Jose Francis, send me a friend me in my inbox or however. And also me and Brother Easy Bandz, if he can find the time, we could go into the negotiation room and we could hash this out and we could come up with a debate title.
Okay, so
I still had a question. So my question, and Steve or anybody can actually answer the question based on what they think. Is it possible, or have any of you guys ever fathomed that when you talk about Amen and Ma'at and all of these things, that they were actual people that walked this earth and became deified over time?
Like that is an excellent observation, and that's not off the table. But the only one that scholars say that they think was real based on actual evidence was a song. Scholars don't make the argument of any other one being real, and people who are Kemetic practitioners generally don't say that they were deified ancestors. We know like Imhotep was a deified ancestor, and a couple of others were deified ancestors. But generally, practitioners.
So from what I've studied, hold on, Jose. From what I studied and what I've read, Amen is before he was combined with Ra. He's like one of the oldest gods, that he's supposed to be so old that none of the other gods know where he come from. So is it possible that the hieroglyphs are actual, I don't want to say diary, but basically the story of these people that actually walked the earth? And then throughout the dynasties, they just turned them into deities. Like, we got to start thinking of outside the box with certain things. We can't just let people tell us everything instead of just thinking outside the box and saying that's a possibility. Because when you start looking into, the papyrus of Ani, chapter 175, when Atum talks about sending the humanity into the Noom, right? I brought this up the other day because they were ignorant and basically turned against the creator God. They turned against their creator God to worship other gods. So I kind of get what the brother is saying. If you start to look around, I ask all of you brothers, start looking around the globe. You'll find a flood story around the globe, not the story that science tells you happens, but this is the oral tradition of these people. And some, like I said, some people had a raft, some people had a canoe, some people had an ark. It's just these things exist around the world. And so all of it is connected somehow. And I think that's the bigger picture. That's what we need to start looking at.
I agree.
That's something that I would agree with, that they definitely could. They could have been the real people. But these stories go back so far, we as modern people can't necessarily say with a surety that we think that they were ancestors.
Okay, now put a pin in that. Hold on, DMG. DMG, real quick. Put a pin in that, Jose. So you heard what you just said? It goes back so far that you can't actually know. So all of the information goes back so far that you can't possibly know.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, I mean, let's be for real here.
You mentioned one thing. You mentioned one thing. I agree with you. I agree with you on one thing.
He's cooking.
That's not a black
Jose, I need you to answer me, bro. For real, because you hey man. You like a little bro to me. Well, you're younger than me. You thought you was older than me, but you actually younger than me. You like a little bro to me, man.
I know that.
You like a little bro. I gotta know why you keep doing this to yourself.
Listen, I made one comment to say that to say that one thing. That's all I said. I am not saying all the information goes back so far that we can't actually know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have enough to understand.
Jose, hold tight, Jose. Hold tight. We're gonna come back around to you. We gotta get to the king of the Berbers.
Silky smooth, man.
You know what I'm talking about? Definitely on some God talk. Let me help y'all out. The oldest goddess is actually a female goddess, and that would be Neith. She's one of the oldest ones, and she apparently gives birth to a lot of all the other lesser gods. You got to study the pantheons, especially all the chiefs of the pantheons. But they did have tombs for these people and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And they was doing some big megalithic work and carving out of rocks and mountains and the stone and digging miles deep into the ground and a whole lot more. So, I can't really just say if somebody had some super technology. You got to give them that because of the architecture and the engineering work. Now, as far as the synchronicity, of course you got that because, they're taking bits and pieces from here, bits and pieces from there. Neith is also the Virgin Mary. She's also Athena. So, they got parallels, equivalents is what they call them in literature when you're looking up for the gods and things like that, because there's going to be Egyptian gods, African god, Greek god, Hindu gods, and so on and so forth.
Is she all set too?
I said.
Yeah, the one god that she was talking about, you said she Athena and the Virgin Mary, is she all set as well?
Is she I believe Aset comes a little later. She's not that old. I know it's Tanit, which is also Neith.
No, I'm just asking, just like if the Virgin Mary and Athena represent her, I'm asking, did Aset represent her as well?
No.
Okay.
No, because Tanit is she's not born. She's a female. She's not born of anybody. She just came on and she gave birth. So that's how they link her and parallel her to the Virgin Mary. And then I guess the Greeks, Athena story, and stuff like that. Because they link, a few. It's a lot of them. I can go in on it. I study that all pretty heavy. Matter of fact, if anybody have a God debate, let me know. We could do God origins. Y'all already know I'm putting it on the Berbers. So whoever y'all want, y'all feel free to step up.
Some of these things that we're calling gods, I'm sorry, DMG. Some of these things that we're calling gods, they're just elements like Shu and Tefnut, like air and moisture, and Ra is a representation of the sun. So okay, you're shaking your head, Brother Bandz. But when I was saying that as a traditional African spiritualist, that I worship everything. I'll worship this can of deet and this can of off, right? So I'll say that this is a God. This is my God deet, right? But actually what it is a bug repellent, right? So, but if they're telling you that Shu is moisture and Tefnut is air and it's whatever they say they are, and you're telling me no, like Garrett, the dung beetle and rolling the ball and all. I mean, some of these and the fact that their deities had animal heads and so on and so forth and representing nature. Some of these things, they're just representations. They're not deities as we would call them, deities and so-called gods, because that's what we don't understand. We seem to think that these people are just ignorant and they made everything into gods and they worshiped everything. No, some of these aspects are aspects of their science.
Brother
right?
Steve.
Can I say something to you, Steve?
Science. 1 second, Light, Sister Light. Just like the water represents the sun, and it also runs a life force, right? That sun gives us energy. So that solar disc, which could also be a headdress, that's what it represents. But I'm not going to worship the sun. I'm not going to stay in the sun until I get blind. I'm not going to do bodily harm to myself.
Steve,
nobody
Steve,
said that.
Did you see the question on the screen, Steve?
I don't know what the ancient Kemetu believed because I wasn't there. So I don't know what they believe. I don't know.
So you just proved my point.
How can I speak for the ancient Kemetu? How can I do that? How can I speak for all Black people? I'm speaking for me. I'm speaking for me. I'm not attempting to speak for anyone else. And nobody's going to get me caught up in that. And if you can't accept that I'm speaking for me and I don't speak for anyone else, I don't speak for all Black people. I don't speak for all Kemetu. I'm speaking for me. This is my understanding. I can't speak for them because they're dead.
Okay,
and
brother.
I'm alive in 2026.
Brother,
right?
You see? Thank you for saying that. Oh my goodness! Like we just need to clip this up.
Just because they're dead. Just because they're okay.
Let Easy Bandz respond.
Let's get into biology. I'll even debate you
on
biology.
No. Hold on. We can get into that next.
Hold on, brother Bandz. I'll even debate you on biology.
Let Easy Bandz
respond. I say what I said, I will say
biology.
that their DNA lives on in me.
Steve,
what lives on in me is
let
their
Easy
DNA.
Let Easy Bandz
respond. But I'll debate. We're
not even back around to you yet, Steve. We got to go to Jose Francis before we get to you. Let Easy Bandz respond. Then Jose, I need you to tap in.
You know, man, I noticed this, brother, is that whenever guys don't know what they're talking about, they usually start to interject and interrupt and overspeak and overtalk you and not want to answer what you're actually saying.
I know biology, brother. You don't want.
I'm not talking about biology.
Let him finish, Steve. Let him finish.
So you're actually doing that. You're manifesting, brother. Look, if so, you just said out of your own mouth that those people are dead. So you don't know what they believed in. And then 2 minutes ago, you're just arguing with me about ancient Kemet being a dead religion. I told you it's a dead religion. You're saying no, it's not. I said let's debate on it. You change the topic, and then now you come and
debate on it. You want to debate on it? Let's debate on it. I'll debate you.
Let him finish, Steve. We're gonna come to you right after we go to Jose. Let him finish.
All right, cool. So we're gonna debate on that, and then now you're sort of conceding, saying those people are dead, right? So you don't know what they believe. Okay. So when I say that what you're doing now is using your modern worldview, 2026, which is a modern esoteric worldview, and then projecting it back onto the people of ancient Kemet. That is purely fact, because this panel that we've had is proof of that. You guys have come on and proved that for us, right? So now when you say you don't know what they believed, I could tell you right now, brother, that even in African spirituality today, you say you believe that you're an African spiritual traditionalist, and
no,
that's why
I don't believe. Those are your words. I know what I am. Don't put words in my mouth. I know what I am.
I'm telling you that.
I don't believe. I know.
Steve, we're gonna come back to you. We're gonna come back to you. Just let them rap.
You might think you know that, brother, but I'm telling you, because I was born and raised in Africa.
You gonna tell me what I know now? You're gonna tell me I'm about to leave. Once you start telling me what I know, I'm about to leave. So DMG, you want me to leave? Let him continue telling me what I know.
All right, I'll take that back then. So just before he doesn't leave, bro. So he
All
doesn't
right,
leave.
Steve, hold tight. We're gonna come back to you. Go ahead, Easy Man.
So brother, okay, so you know that you're an African traditional spiritualist, right? But then I have to sit here and wonder, because everything that I'm hearing from you sounds like something you'd get from, like, you know, like a modern esoteric person, right? You're talking about the elements and this and that. You know what I'm saying? When coming myself, I was born and raised in Africa, right? So I know African spiritual traditions. Till this day, we do believe in real deities, all right? We do believe that these things are literal, okay? They can possess statues, they can possess objects, and then people go and sacrifice to these things. They go and appease these things. They pour libations out for them, okay? They ask them for things. Sometimes these actual deities actually inhabit or possess human beings, okay? And then the human being starts dancing or whatever it may be after he's been possessed by the spirit. That's what Africans believe, that these things are real and literal. So when you're telling me this foreign idea of deities not being literal but just being elements, that to me is totally foreign, and totally foreign to any African that's on the continent right now that's from the Bantu spiritual belief system. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And so that belief system that I'm describing to you, where they believe in these real and literal deities, is also seen in ancient Kemet, because you also see the statues, you see the writings about these deities, the texts about them, and you see that also there it was practiced where, you know, these deities would come and inhabit the statues, etc., and they'll pour out libations for them. They'll leave food there for them, and various things like that, to show that they believe the same thing, and there's continuity in that sense, right? In African traditional spirit, but spiritual beliefs. But in terms of Kemetic religion itself, that's a dead religion. Okay, but hopefully I'll prove my point on that. We'll just move forward, brother, because
let me just be
I don't want you to leave.
here's a coconut. That's a coconut that's up there. Here's some corn husk. Right. My other question would be: so when the spirit inhabits this statue of Osir, what does the statue of Osir then do? What's the statue gonna do?
So the statue at that point becomes it becomes divine, almost like so let me give you an example of in the Bible, right? So in the Bible you had like the burning bush, right? And then, you know, in order to approach the burning bush, you had to take off your sandals, because it's now you're standing on divine ground, right? So it's the same thing with that statue. When the deity inhabits it, it actually becomes a real divine God, and you're actually communicating to the deity within the statue. So it's real and literal at that point.
Is the statue going to become animated?
No, it doesn't have to.
Well, that's what you're implying, that it becomes animated.
It's not.
Okay. So I'm a skeptic, right? So say I'm a skeptic. I am a skeptic, and I'm saying, okay, so a spirit inhabits this statue. So how am I going to know that the spirit is inhabiting this statue if the statue doesn't become animated? If the statue doesn't talk to me? I mean, literally talk to me. Hold on. You said that it's literal. So literal meaning physical. So energy inhabits this statue, right? So this to become physical, right? This thing would have to be animated, right? And animated for everyone else to see. And to say that I don't know science, right? This is empirical. So empirical science would mean that it will inhabit this thing for everyone to see. And then it will become animated, right? For everyone to know that it's real. And
let him explain, Steve. Let him explain.
So you see, once again, brother, you're doing exactly what I'm saying that you're doing. You're putting your own modern belief system and worldview onto the ancient Egyptians. You're looking at it and saying, oh, empirically, with empirical science, brother. The ancient Egyptians
were empirical as well. They were empirical.
Yeah, but they didn't have brother. They didn't have the scientific method that we have today. We have a different scientific method that makes our science different from their science that they practice. Okay?
Science is science, my brother.
Yeah, but they didn't. What I'm trying to tell you is that they looked at the gods within science, within nature. Okay, when we look at science today, we've separated God from science. With the ancient Cometians, they included God in the science.
You separate God from science. I don't do that. Speak for yourself. I don't do that.
So you don't practice modern science?
Hold on. My God, my creative being dwells in all things. That's what makes it omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. That's the
right.
omnipresent and omnipotent quality and omniscient quality of my creator being. So don't get it twisted,
All right,
my
Steve,
brother.
we gotta go to Jose, but we gonna come back to you. But we gonna go to Silky after Jose, then get back around to you. Go ahead, Jose.
See, now this is what I'm talking about. Now, everybody making me mad except like everybody's starting to make me mad because I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand what's happening right now.
So why Steve making you mad?
Because I don't know if you know. I don't know. You can't come on here and halfway defend your blasted belief. Defend it. Don't be flip flopping. Defend what you're saying.
What are you accusing?
Bro. Don't let nobody walk you down.
Time out. What are you accusing him of?
It sounds like he flip flopping, but it sounds like he ain't standing up the way he's supposed to be standing up for his faith. You can't do that, bro. Either you know young. You can't say you can't. Nah, man. I got a problem with that. I'm telling you. I got a problem with that.
Isaac Shango Baptist. All right.
What is happening, man? What is happening?
You have to defend the bomber class faith to death. And the man trying to disrespect you. Tell much of his blood clot mouth. Tell much of his blood clot mouth. Tell much of his last class.
Jose didn't went full reggae on this. He said he got to defend his bomber clot faith. What are you doing, Jose?
Tell him hush up your rascal.
It's a
You know I miss Jamaica, man. You know I wish I was still in Jamaica, Jose. Don't come up here talking like that, man.
Word.
Now let me tell you something. I'm gonna do a show tomorrow for sure. You know,
hold up, Jose. Hold up. I gotta hit this for a minute because you didn't got to talking like you didn't make me wish I was back in Jamaica, man. Hold on. I had to stop it because I'm about to let that whole joint play. I had to stop it. But look, Jose, listen, man. You coming in hot against the Kemet infomonger, brother. Jose, you know you my man. I don't know if you want these type of problems, brother.
Probably not, but you know.
What's your?
I might as well jump out the window. I might as well jump out the window.
I need your objection to what Steve said, and then I'm gonna go to Silky to see if he got a question or a comment for Easy Bandz.
I think Steve is supposed to defend his faith down to the end. Don't let nobody make you say you can't speak for all people. No, you are a Kemetic practitioner. You're speaking for Kemetic practitioners. If he had a beef with that, let him come on and prove what he's saying is true.
No, I'm a practitioner, but I can't
You'll
speak
never
for
do
all
that.
of them, Jose. I can't speak.
That's
for
the
you.
challenge to him, not you.
I can't speak for all of them, man.
No, make him prove what he's saying. Make him prove what he's saying. He's not getting the pass.
Jose, you make him prove what he's saying.
So don't give him a reason.
Why are you giving that up to Steve? You make him prove.
Exactly. And Jose,
I am going to do a show tomorrow, and I want him to respond to what I'm saying.
No, you make him prove it right now. Don't wait till tomorrow.
No,
don't wait till tomorrow when he's not here. Do it now.
I'm telling him to come tomorrow.
Hold on, Jose. You on the panel right now. Easy Bandz on the panel right now. Easy Bandz say he want the smoke right here, right now. Don't run. Don't get off of here and stay up all night studying and putting stuff together so you can put it up tomorrow. Y'all right here, right now. Now is the time to confront that man. Now is the time to show the Paradigm Shift TV 314 audience why you smarter than him.
Now here's what I've learned.
Now you gonna put up, Jose. Jose, you gonna put up, or you gonna put up, or is you gonna shut up, brother? Because if you ain't putting up, we moving on to the undeniable superstar.
Can I answer that?
Do, Jose?
Can I answer that?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna be quiet for now because nobody's gonna rush me into talking foolishness and embarrassing myself. I'm gonna stand down for now. But I'm gonna get him later.
Silky D, what's up, bro? You got a question or comment for Easy Bandz, man?
Oh man, when they show their true colors, the expose came to town. Boy, yeah, I love it, man. I love it. Hit the likes. You know what I'm saying?
Share, subscribe, share, all that good stuff, man.
You got it. This is a prime example, people. Why you let them talk and you let them tie their own, let them lay in their own. Sometimes they'll talk themselves right into it. So yeah, you got to sit back and just let it go down sometime. But you got to be more careful than to do it on live. But yeah, man, that was some fine expeditiously exposition going down. That the expose is looking real good, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep it up, y'all.
Brother Silky, what do you think about Jose's brother Jose's stance on some of the information that I'm bringing in terms of you know, how ancient Kemet religion is a dead religion, one, and then some of the reasons for that. So for instance, how the temple libraries are destroyed and no longer existent. The oral tradition is no longer existent.
Yeah, you're saying it's not identical to the ancient times. Well, of course that. Yeah. Like in modern,
what would you say about his response? Because he's denying that.
He's trying to say it's directly continuum all the way. Continuity. I don't think he was saying that because that's why he was saying synchronicity.
Nothing like that. You misquoted.
No.
Well, he's not talking about two. I think he's talking about Steve.
No, he's denying the points.
Like,
let's hear it straight. Let's hear it straight from the Kemet infomonger himself.
Word.
And you can respond to Jose, even though I know Jose don't want that type of time.
What's that? You said Kemet infomonger. What you talking about?
So basically, some of the points that I made were like, for instance, I was saying that ancient Kemet is a dead religion, and some of the points that I used to make that claim is that, you know, like the oral tradition is dead and gone, you know, non-existent. You have the temple libraries are destroyed, never to be reconstructed or found again, and several other things like that. For instance, the text that we do know, a lot of it is fragmentary, and you know, a lot of it is incomplete. Also, a lot of the sequences of paragraphs don't make sense to the modern reader. So for that reason, I make the claim that, you know, it's a dead religion. And so Brother Jose said I was wrong, and he made some ridiculous. He said those claims are ridiculous.
Okay,
right?
so that's,
do you agree with that?
That's Brother Jose. Brother Jose will get the opportunity to speak for himself. What I'm saying is that it is a traditional. Well, first off, I would like to say, as a Christian, you need to leave them Africans and what they doing alone. You're gonna get possessed, my brother. Them demons gonna possess you. You need to stop practicing voodoo and stay away from them devil mongers.
Yep, I agree with you. DMG, he's on our side now. They on our side now.
Yeah, that's crazy. But
hilarious, man.
DMG, I think DMG, you pointed that at Steve when it was Jose that's over here in denial.
Okay, what I can say. Okay, so brother Bandz.
I ain't pointing at nobody, did I?
Yeah.
I don't say that we practice the tradition in its entirety, in the entirety, because that wasn't even happening in ancient Kemet, right? So you had different gnomes where, you know, it's because this creative being is so vast that we can't, you know, we're just a drop of water, right? One drop, and the creator being is the vast ocean. So, I'm not saying that we practice the entire aspect of ancient Kemet, no, but we do still have traditional African spiritual practices within our practice. So I wouldn't say no, but I also wouldn't say it's dead, even though I said that the ancient Kemetu themselves are dead. I will, rephrase that and say that I carry their DNA. It's just that sometimes when you start to get into the esoterics and stuff like that, I tend to stay away from it because it's more challenging to find the empirical evidence to show what is esoteric. You know what I mean? So when I debate, I try to stick to the facts and the evidence, but I won't say that it's dead. I would say that aspects of it still live on today through the traditional African spiritual tradition.
So would you like to debate whether the ancient the Cometians, they believed in their deities to be real and literal or not? Is that a topic you'd be interested in?
I can't do that because I can't speak for them and I don't know. Like I said, I won't do a debate where I can't find, even if it's in a text that it's literal, or if it's in a text that is not literal, I can't speak for all of them. Because remember, you had, even in ancient Kemet, it was a hierarchy, right? So the society was hierarchical. You had the initiates, the high level initiates that knew way more than, say, an artisan or a farmer. So I can't say that this is what all of them knew, or this is what all of them did. I can't.
So what do you believe in their thought process of what happens to a human being after he dies?
Okay.
What's your belief on that?
That's a different understanding, right? So again, I can't speak for them. What I can say is that this weighing of the heart, is, for me, it's a moment by moment ritual, where moment by moment, as I live right now, my heart is being weighed, because the goal is for my heart to be as light as a feather. and sin weighs down our heart, right? Sin, just as it says in the Bible, sin is when you know what to do and you do it not. To them that is sin. And when we do the wrong things, our heart becomes heavy, right? So my goal, a moment by moment, minute by minute, second by second, is to have a heart that's light. How do I do that? By doing the right thing, by doing what I know to be right. But to add on to that, this thing about, see, we talk about all of us. I mean, those of us who are creationists or spiritual, we talk about, God speaking to us, or our conscience speaking to us. Yeah, it will speak to us, and we might even hear that voice talking to us. But you know what many of us do? Because we have the ability to choose. We choose not to listen, and we do whatever we want. We don't follow that voice. We don't follow the voice of the Creator.
Yep.
And there's syncretism. There's syncretism.
So where's that voice coming from? The voice of the Creator
is coming from inside of us, because the Creator dwells in us.
Okay, so is the Creator, then that makes the Creator has a voice, doesn't that make it literal?
It's literal, but it's also personal. You know what I mean? It's literal, but it's also personal.
Yeah. Okay, so you agree it's literal. All right. Hey, DMG, we're making some progress, man.
No.
Hey, Steve is, if he nothing if not genuine though.
Yeah.
Now with Jose, let's go to my brother, my Bumbaclad brother, Jose Francis. Let's go to my mans and them. All right, Jose, are you ready to redeem yourself, brother? Are you ready to redeem yourself?
He said
tomorrow. Let me get it out, Jose. Let me get it out. I got to do my performative shtick. Jose. Let me get it out. Are you ready to redeem yourself? Because last time, not too long ago, before my brother engaged with Steve and Silky, you were saying that you wanted the smoke because you was talking a lot. You was casting aspersions. And you said, I'm doing a show tomorrow. And I see you got it scheduled already. Salute for bringing content to the platform. But you said you're doing a show tomorrow. But to quote one of my favorite cartoons, what did Wimpy used to say? Can I pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today? We got our hamburger today, brother.
Tuesday.
There you go. Hey, Steve, you probably know it a little better than me, but y'all get the point. Listen, we don't have to wait, Jose. We got the burger right here. Easy Bandz right there. You right there. Let's get to it.
Let's get it right now.
Are you gonna redeem yourself, or are you gonna pass again?
Let me answer. Now, give me time to answer this. I've learned rushing into discussions and arguments is not a good strategy, nor tactic, and I'm not doing it.
Come on, brother.
So you're gonna have to wait Tuesday because I didn't eat no hamburger today. You didn't feed me.
You was up here. You was talking $1,000 worth of noise, Jose.
Yes, but he didn't give me a hamburger.
But yo, Jose,
I don't have nothing to pay him for.
But Jose, you were there when I spoke with Jabari. You were there when I spoke with Jabari the first time. I'm pretty sure you're there the second time too. So you know the back and forth, right? And you came on here today talking about how my points were ridiculous, and I wanted to ask you point by point, okay, which one of those points is ridiculous? Because I'm basically regurgitating
to you
what the
I said
Egyptologists are saying.
Let him get it out, Jose. Hold on, Jose. Time out. I want clarity.
Yeah.
No. I want clarity because you start talking while he was talking. I want the brother to get his question out. I don't want any lack of clarity because I want you to answer this. We putting you on the spot, Jose.
Word. So you basically dismissed everything that I brought forth and said you're not even going to consider it because it's ridiculous, right? And you had your reasons for that. Now, what I'm telling you is that I'm only regurgitating what the Egyptologists say after studying ancient Egypt, right? You find sentiments like this in the Encyclopedia Britannica, etc. So which point, we can go point for point, which point do you call ridiculous so that we just have it here on record and so that we have clarity? So I asked you, with the temple libraries that have been destroyed that contained a lot of spiritual doctrine or scriptures, do you agree with the sentiment that those temple libraries have been destroyed, or do you think that information has you have it?
Let me repeat myself again. I'm not addressing. I didn't address that point about any temple libraries. What I said was, yes, they are incomplete and fragmentary texts, and they use other more complete texts.
Okay,
to reconstruct those texts.
But specifically,
hold on. And if you knew anything about Kemet, you would know that some of the world's first complete texts.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with none of that. What I'm talking about specifically
was a complete text.
Jose, don't do this, man. Don't do this, Jose. Don't do this, bro.
We know that.
Let's go point
Jose,
for point.
don't do this,
he found
man.
it complete. And he cut it up and glued it onto boards and ruined it. It was a very well-preserved.
Jose, you running away from what the brother asking you, man. Hey, Easy Bandz, repeat that.
Let me repeat it.
I answered him 5 times.
Jose.
I would say it again.
He gonna repeat it.
I'm not addressing.
Jose, chill out. Jose, I had to mute you, bro. Hold on. I want the brother to get his question out, and I need you to answer it. Because I don't know what you're doing right now. Unmute your mic. The brother gonna ask the question, man. Come on, Jose, don't do this, man. Don't do this.
Jose,
you represent Paradigm Shift TV 314, Jose.
And I'm doing a pretty good job compared to other people on the platform.
All right, Jose.
Come on, man.
So this is what I'm asking.
Hold on. And that's not a shot at Easy Bandz.
All right, cool.
Everybody know you shooting that cap, Jose. Everybody know you shooting that cap. Come on.
All right, brother Jose. Brother Jose. So take this in, man. So listen,
yes,
brother,
go ahead.
what I'm asking you is, you made a claim. So I made several claims, and I gave my reasons for why I think the ancient Kemetic religion is dead, basically. And one of the reasons why I had several points is that the temple, basically the temple libraries that contained a lot of scripture and so on and so forth are permanently destroyed, and the scriptures are lost, right? The scriptures are permanently destroyed and lost. Okay. Is that a point that you agree? This is according to the Egyptologists. Now, you said everything that I was saying was ridiculous. Do you say that it's ridiculous for me to make that point, or is that point true?
I'm saying
just a yes or no.
No, it's not a yes or no question. It's not going to make me say yes or no.
No, it's simply about the temple libraries.
Hold on. Let me answer the question.
Jose.
No. Let me answer.
Let
me answer. No, of course not. Of course not. Because guess what? When the so-called temple is the library, what you going to tell me then? When the coffin is the library, what are you going to say about that?
All right, so hold on.
What are you going to say about that then?
Jose, hold on. Jose, listen.
You don't have to do this, bro. You don't have to do this, Jose.
The temple is the library. And he knows that.
Hey, Jose, I'm sorry. I've been too hard on you, brother. I've been too hard on you.
No, the temple is the library.
You don't have to do this, man.
I want him to show me. No, I want him to show me when the temple is the library. What is he going to say there?
So hold on, Jose. Are you saying that?
What is he going to tell me that?
Do me a favor, Jose. Mute out, and do me a favor. Easy Bandz, can you ask that question again? Because I don't know if he. Yeah. I want to make Jose. This ain't hard, bro. Represent.
Jose. So look, according to the Egyptologists, right? The scriptures that were contained within the temple libraries that would basically describe how the systems worked and everything, the priesthood, all the performances, when they would have certain events, et cetera, all the rhetoric that you would find, say, for instance, in the Vatican today, or any church library, right? So, yeah, you might say that, there might be some writings on the walls and stuff like that, but they actually contain scriptures. All right. Now, what the Egyptologists are saying is that those scriptures that were contained in these libraries have been destroyed permanently, and they're not recoverable at this point. Okay. Now, this is a fact from Egyptology. I'm simply asking you, is that because you said that everything I was saying was ridiculous? Is that something you want to take back and concede to say that, the temple libraries, what the temple libraries contained has been permanently lost? Or are you going to stand by your claim to say that what I'm saying is ridiculous and you guys still have the scriptures? No, it's a simple question, bro.
And that's what I'm going to keep saying. Isn't no yes or no for me. It's an irrelevant Egyptological idea, because all of the spiritual texts that we know of say the exact same thing. There's no deviation.
Jose, let me ask you this. Jose, we got it, Jose. Let me ask you this. So, is the field of Egyptology, is that illegitimate then? Is that an illegitimate field?
Thank you.
To a certain extent, yes. Because they talk a lot of shit.
Okay. Hey, we gonna go. Jose, we gonna come back to you. We gonna go to Silky. Silky, what you got for Easy Bandz?
Oh man, he's still finessing them boys. It's crazy though, because they tripping, falling on their own sword. So Jose, man, you're not allowed to question nobody from here on out, bro, or anything academics, man. From what I've heard here tonight, even yourself have admitted that you're not allowed. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't need to question nobody, man. Academics, bro. Unless you're gonna stand on what you're saying. Now, if you're gonna stand on what you're saying, then
let's simply talk.
Yeah, you can't, Jose. You're making a bunch of arguments and statements that man never even made in the first place. And then you're giving out evidence in your favor, and then directly behind that, you're going to opposition, debunking yourself with information. So you're literally standing on: are there some fragments and are there some complete scriptures? We have both, but it's all in the field of the framework of Egyptology. So that's a pointless argument that you're even trying to make. Like, and it is what scripture exactly are you even speaking of? You got the Rosetta Stone. That's in multiple languages. You got plenty of points and academic institutions and literature that you can get this information from. But yeah, man, it's a little blasphemy, man. Whole lot of blasphemy.
Yep.
But let that carry on.
So let me just read something right quick as well, just to add to that, Silky. So
Really,
this is
Silky?
what Britannica Encyclopedia Britannica says, right? It says these beliefs are known from monuments and documents created by and for the king and the small elite. The beliefs and practices of the rest of the people are poorly known. Okay, so this is Encyclopedia Britannica right there. Is that a statement that you agree with or disagree with?
Of course I don't agree with that. Because the leader was the one who set the tone for whatever you were supposed to do. So what he did is what you did because he had the complete moral authority to say so. And
so let me just read it again.
Was the leader after him?
Let me just read it again so that you catch it. Exactly.
No, don't read it. My literacy skills are not in question.
He said don't read the scholarship.
What the king did is what everyone did. So there is no question.
What? Brother, so hold on. Hold on, brother. Are you saying that everybody, you see, you don't know anything about Egyptology? Jose, you don't know anything about Egyptology, bro. Like real talk, I think I know more.
I don't give a shit about Egyptology.
I think I know more than you.
Commentary. I don't care.
I think I know more than you.
I don't care
because according to the Egyptologists, right, when it comes to the king, he had special privileges that weren't privy to the rest of the people. All right. For instance, the king ascends to the stars amongst the gods, the deities. Isn't that true? Whereas the people, ordinary people, don't have that kind of privilege. This is according to Egyptology. So even there, you're mistaken.
So, what's your point?
Can I say something? I just get this feeling, Jose, sweetheart.
Go ahead,
Sweetheart, Jose, I get this feeling that you're saying I can take 17 pages from 5 different books and come up with a complete text. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
No.
Yep.
I'm saying if you have something called a papyrus called the Pert Emheru, all of them basically say the same thing.
How do you know that, Jose?
Because when they translate the text, we know that they basically say the same thing.
How do you even know that they're translating it correctly, Jose?
Well, listen, if Easy Bandz could read something from an Egyptologist to say that, then that means he is acceding that the Egyptologist can read the text. That is what he's doing.
So now you trust the Egyptologist now?
No, I am simply saying she's making a statement, and I said, if you're quoting an Egyptologist, you are acceding that they understand the text.
Yeah, but she asked you a question. She asked you like, how do you know what's translated is even correct? And you're appealing to the
because it makes sense. Because it makes sense.
It would make sense in a modern mind, right? It'll make sense in a modern sense. But you do not know, none of us, and I really wish people stop saying we don't know if what they're translating is exactly what these people were saying. We don't know this. And I'm gonna tell you this: Egyptians, real Egyptians, not the Arabs that you see over there today, they tell you unless you are initiated and you are family bloodline, you cannot speak these languages.
Jeez. But sister, like, I acceded to the fact that when you read certain texts, if you're not initiated, it would never make sense to you.
No, but you guys, right? Those of us over here, do you have family that are direct Egyptians that can say to you, this is what this language is saying?
No, none of us here are claiming.
So what you're believing in, what you're basing everything on, is a translation that came from people that said, "Oh, here go a moon, here go a star, here go a water." So yeah, this means moon, stars, and water. We don't know that. You don't know what moon, stars, and water meant to the ancient Egyptians.
I wouldn't agree with you because I think when you understand what's going on. And determinatives a little bit about the grammar.
We got an echo, Jose.
Can you read this yourself? Can you actually read it yourself? Or do you have to rely on the translation? Because most things in the translation. It gets mixed up somewhere.
And nothing she just said. And nothing she just said, boy. Sound just went out on me, boy.
Can you hear us,
Jose,
Jose?
Jose, we can hear you, man.
I hear you now. I hear you now. I hear you now. What did she ask me?
Can you repeat yourself, sister? I don't think he heard you.
I'm asking you, can you read this stuff yourself? Or do you have to rely on a translation?
I could read some, but I wouldn't consider myself.
How?
And I
Who
always
taught
tell people
you?
that. Myself,
Who taught
but
you to
that's a
read
whole
it?
different story. Myself.
Okay, so now if you're not connected to some ancient bloodline of Egyptians, then how can you read it yourself?
Because it has been deciphered so we can understand what the glyphs mean. We have enough information
Deciphered
to
by
know
who?
by whoever deciphered it.
No, you
I
should
don't-
know. Hold on,
deciphered
Steve.
it.
I mean, I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to say Steve. Come on, Jose.
Jose,
Who was
you
it
chill
We
deciphered
with
know
by?
me
who was
right now, man.
since we know who was given credit for initially deciphering it.
Who?
We
I'm
understand
asking
Europeans.
you.
No, we understand that Europeans were the ones who initially deciphered it and all of that. And now they have
What European specifically, Jose? Jose, do you know?
They give credit. They give credit to
Do you
people
know
like
what his name
Champollion.
is?
Yes, they give credit to people like Jean-Francois Champollion and his brother.
Okay.
They say these
So
are the
let me
individuals.
let me
they give them
ask you,
credit.
Jose. Do they give them credit or did they actually do it?
Well, he gets credit for it. I wasn't there to know if he did it, but
Oh,
academics say so. So academics
wait a
say
minute.
so.
Wait a minute.
So I
Time
believe what they
out.
say.
Time out.
Academics say
Time
so.
out.
So I believe what they say.
You
I know when you go
say
out
you.
and say yes. I know.
So
Where
then
am
you
I
trust
going, Jose?
Egyptologists. You trust
Say it again?
Egyptology then.
No.
No,
Exactly.
you do.
Yeah.
No, because I read text and disagree with things that they say all the time.
But you read.
I did it on this platform.
You just
I
admitted
got
that.
accused of lying.
But you just
I
admitted
do it
that
all
you
the
depend on, brother. You just admitted that you read the Medu and that you depend on the writings of Egyptologists, brother. So if
I
you,
didn't say no. I never said that, bro. You said that.
So
I
who did
disagree
you?
with Egyptologists all the time.
No, you literally just said, Steve, come on. I mean, Jose, follow me. You
No. I did
literally
not say that.
follow me. Hold on, follow me. You literally just said you can read it because it's been translated by
Deciphered was the
who?
word that I used. It had to be deciphered then translated. But that's not what I said. I said that
But
these are the individuals.
By who?
I said Champollion deciphered it. I didn't say I
Who
could
was
read
he?
it.
What was he?
He deciphered it. That's not what I
What
said.
was he?
So how can you
And I
read
disagree
it
with Egyptologists all
yourself,
the time.
Jose?
When they say
Jose,
nonsense.
that's not the
Hold on.
question.
Jose, answer Easy Band's question. Easy Band said, "What was Francois Champollion? What was he?
What was he? His profession?
Ethnically, what was he?"
Just say it, bro. Come
He
on.
was a dude. He was a dude.
He was a dude.
Hey,
I think he was. I
we
think
gotta
they
go to
said.
Steve, man. We gotta go to Steve.
I think
we
they
gotta
said.
go to
I think they
Steve,
said he was.
Jose.
Right, he
We
was
gotta
on his
go to
father's
Steve. We gotta go to Steve, man. Hey, Jose, I'm gonna tell you right now.
And there was
You
no
better
such thing as
leave
Egyptology at the time.
You better
There
leave
was no such
Steve
thing as
alone,
Egyptology
bro.
at the time.
Jose, you better leave Steve alone. Go.
I didn't say I want to
Steve,
debate
what
Steve.
you got?
I'm not debating.
What you got for Easy Band, Steve?
What
I
I'm
wanted
gonna
to be
say is
easy
that
about
even if all of the texts were there and we were able to decipher it, so on and so forth, we still wouldn't know absolutely. I mean, we wouldn't know exactly what was going on back then.
Yes.
And I would say the same is true for any ancient civilization. If we go back 2,000 years to Christianity, or because when the way that they lived is different to how we live now, and there are things called idioms, like break a leg and so on. So we don't fully understand. But what I'm also going to say is that at least in Osero Set, we're not attempting to live how the ancient Kemetu lived, right? This book here, Raul Neframen says, it's for the Black man living in this society here, right? So I'm not going to make that claim. I don't claim to be an expert on what was going on in ancient Kemet. And the other thing about it as well is that when we're talking about a spiritual society. When we're talking about, as you were saying, Easy Bandz, as an African, and you know, maybe you partook, or you were part of some of those rituals, and with the drumming and the dancing and the so on and so forth, and going into trance, and you know, the rituals is something that's rather alien to how we live today. You know, back then, there were a lot more rituals going on than we live. You know, we live today. We live a life that's more externalized. We live, you know, and back then they lived a life that was more internal, where they, you know, went into trance and altered states and things like that. So I'm saying that even if we had the text and we were able to interpret it 100%, we still can't live how they lived, because we're in a modern era. We're in a different time. We do carry their DNA. I'm a Black African. I carry their DNA, right? I have soul, just as all of us have soul, but we're still not living in that time.
Yeah. So that's my point, brother. You know, and I'm grateful for you making that point, because that's exactly what I'm saying. We're not living in that time, and the people that are reconstructing these cults, ancient Egyptian cults, Kemetic cults, and I don't say that in a derogatory way. I say that because that's
I don't take it in a derogatory way.
Yeah, that's a technical term for it. But so people who are trying to reconstruct those things are what they're doing is projecting their own worldview. That's what I've been saying from the start. Their modern 2026 worldview onto the ancients, and saying, yo, that's how they practice these belief systems.
To some extent,
and that's my point.
To some extent, I would agree, but yet still it's not European. We're not following a European model, because we still have, as an African, we have other traditional African spiritual systems that we can ask questions of. We can query traditional African spiritual traditions. We don't have to go to European.
All right, real quick. I hate to break up y'all bill. But we got somebody else on the panel. It's like Easy Bandz is bringing out all my Kemetic cats. We got business about to pick up, though. Business about to pick up. We got a Sar M. Kai in the building.
Word.
Imitap Seni and Imitap Senat. Wasti Chad. Oh,
peace. Oh, sorry. What's going on, brother?
Imitap. Y'all jumping my brother Jose in here. No, we
you witnessed that, eh? Beat up was
putting him on the ropes.
I've been trying to get him to chill, man, but he has no chill. Jose has no chill.
He jumped into a battle the other day and had me come on your channel. The little Hebrew dudes was like, we ain't even about to let you talk. I see naked people on this picture, and we're not letting you talk. Be quiet.
Oh man,
yo, let me get out of this joint. Yeah, we the decipherment has been done a long time ago, even before Champollion. When we go back to the first person that we known to do it, who is Dul Nun, the Nubian. So when Dul Nun does it, he's the first. He's the Nubian, and him and Ibn Wadiya. When you get into your Arab history, which a lot of people don't, they only have one direction when it comes to these things. But Dul Nun did it first. We can see from what he wrote down, he got several things correct. So I give him credence before Champollion. Then Champollion does it, and then you get a letter from Gardner talking to, I believe it was Thomas, who helped Champollion. And he's dissing Champollion. He's like, well, who couldn't have deciphered it after all of that was done? So there's a little hiccup in the history. But when it comes to speaking this language, speaking is still dead. So you can say that we're parroting it, if you like, even though Coptic is the last form of this language and is still spoken. But when it comes to the language itself,
the Christians.
Yeah, you know, and so when you go to them Coptic verses, you praying to Asar and Jesus at the same time. You putting Thoth in the mix, Jehuti, at the same time. So, and that's what you see in a lot of Gnostic books, Zoroastric books, and what have you. But just when it comes to the credence of the spirituality system itself, people act like it's so difficult to undecipher. All you got to do is read it and tell you exactly what to do. It give you how many times to say something, what you do physically when you're doing the prayers. The only thing that becomes difficult is the exact enactment. But we don't really have to worry about that because you see Muslims doing damn near the same prayer, which means they made it up off of that because we know they speak Sahidic and Boharic, which are derivatives from hieroglyphic and hieratic and Coptic. So we know exactly where they're getting most of their spirituality. We see the Persians, and I'm about to land my plane. We see the Persians come in full blown, kicking it. Darius the First and company. And when all of the Greeks, Romans, Persians, all these different cultures come into Egypt, you know what they don't do? Try to assert their own religion. They all try to be Shemsu. They want to be followers of Necha. And in the end, towards the end, as it started to dwindle away, they wanted to be followers of Asar or followers of Aset. It ain't that difficult. We still in the mix. When we put it together, we put it together. As simple as that.
Easy Bandz, you got a response to Asar M. Ka.
Yeah, so I was actually looking to put, so Asar, do you disagree? So for instance, Jose, earlier today, right, I made certain claims. I'm sure you heard my claims. It's the same claims I made against Jabari when I destroyed him the other day. but but yeah, so it's the same claims.
Hey,
and
hold that thought, Easy Bandz. Hey, Light, I got to step.
I got you.
All right. So yeah, so I basically said stuff like, ancient Kemetic religion or cults are dead religions, right? That's what they're classified as. And I gave some reasons behind that. For instance, like, the temple libraries, the information on the scriptures in there are, destroyed and gone, permanently. So Jose basically said that was basically ridiculous. It's a ridiculous point, and he disagrees with that. Is that something that you would also disagree with, or are you saying the opposite?
I would disagree with they've all been destroyed. Now, there's certain things that you can't get back. It's just like the Hebrews can't get a piece back. It's a particular ritual that makes you a Hebrew. Can't get it back because that piece was destroyed. And so there's certain things, but not to damn the system itself.
What
falls
piece are you
right under
talking about?
Pan-Africanism.
You said there's a piece
with the Hebrews. We had it on Side It was I believe it was Sable, Reggie, and Morpheus, and they were asking him. They was like, "Can you do this?" He was like, "No." Gideon was trying to answer. He was like, "No, I can't do that no more. You're right." They couldn't answer because it's not there no more. You don't.
Yeah,
have
like
any,
the temple was destroyed, right?
Not the temple. There's a particular ritual you're supposed to do in order to become a Hebrew, but because it's missing, and they don't have the text for it, supposedly they're only halfway practicing. So there's a couple things that are just missing in history for them. For the Shemsu, no, you still have per onks intact. You you don't have them fully developed, but you have enough pieces from different ones where you can put one together. In fact, it looks similar to a church when you look at the makeup of them. They even have the pulpit part where you open up and there's water for you to get baptized. So you remember the water rituals in Christianity come from us.
So the question was specifically, let's just stick point to point. I mean, point for point. The question was about specifically the information or the scriptures that you would find in the temple libraries, and that, according to Egyptologists, is dead and gone.
Which Egyptologist said it?
I'm not sure exactly which Egyptologist, but that's the consensus of Egyptology. I could probably search up and find an Egyptologist that said that if you like.
Yeah, not according to Bob Breyer, not according to Gunther Dacker.
Okay, so can you quote them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Bob Breyer, I could play his video.
And specifically on temple libraries, like I said, you're saying that they still have that information.
The temple libraries?
Yes.
So did you read E.A. Wallace Bud's book, The Librarian?
Brother, just answer the question.
I'm asking you right now with the question.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
Okay, so I'm gonna counter and say there's a book called The Librarian. Hold on, let me get my USB port. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen.
Okay, please do.
Pull it up on the screen, and it tells you all the functions of the librarian. What would you say to that?
I would say that still doesn't answer the question.
How would it not?
No, you're saying you're going to pull up. Hold on, you're going to pull up a book called The Librarian, and then you're saying
it's talking about the ancient libraries you talking about was destroyed.
Yeah, it's talking about the ancient libraries that were destroyed. But what I'm saying is that the ancient libraries were destroyed, and the rhetoric or the scriptures within those libraries has been lost forever.
But you didn't hear what he just said, Easy Bandz? He disagreed with you. So
yes. Jose, let these brothers do what they doing. Because we couldn't get you to talk a few minutes ago. Come on now.
Exactly. But he's not listening, like. And
he is listening. He's asking. Listen, I think everybody's following. The brother's asking him, is the literature that was in the libraries at one point, are they still here? The brother responded saying that somebody wrote a book about the libraries. So they'll get around to what is the premise of the question. Jose, don't do that.
Exactly. So to clarify for my brother, I'm not saying that there weren't books written about those libraries. What I'm saying is the actual scriptures that would be found in those libraries, those scriptures are gone forever and they haven't been recovered. Now, if there's somebody wrote a book about those libraries, that's different. Those are two different subjects, bro.
Well, you're not going to get all of the books of Jehuti, but understand we have some of the books of Jehuti, right?
So basically, you're saying that. What are you saying, basically?
So we got some of those books that
the library works have been preserved.
Huh?
You're saying that the temple libraries were not destroyed, and that most of that information has not been lost.
Some of the libraries were destroyed, like the Alexandrian and what have you, but that doesn't mean all of the information and text have been lost. And then we have some of the books from those libraries. It's not all gone.
So, for instance, what information do you have from those libraries? Because you're saying it's not all gone, but the Egyptologists are saying that basically the temple libraries were destroyed, and most of that information is unrecoverable. So, when you say you have some, are you talking about they found one book out of maybe thousands of books that was supposed to be in the library?
They got like several books. Like when you go
several books, like what?
Like when you go through, Jehuti has 36 books, right? Most of his books are really short, right? So they're not long. So one of the books is on the circumferences of orbits. So when he's talking about the science of things in the sky, I have one of those books. I have like about 4 of those books. And one of the books I have, because it's a small text. So he talks about the rising and setting of Heru. As a matter of fact, hold up. He's about to make me pull these books out, baby. Hold up, let me see if it's on this one here. You guys can talk. I'm about to pull some stuff up right quick.
You can share your screen, son.
Yeah, I gotta pull the book up first.
You gotta do it for him,
DMG.
Jose, because I can't. I'm not by my laptop, so I can't do it.
I know, like that's why I'm telling that's why I'm letting anyone who wants to share can definitely share.
So Easy Bandz, I'm glad that you're open to learning, because you did say you weren't well versed on it, and this brother's about to give you some information and some knowledge of things that you can go look up.
Yes, ma'am. So let's get it, man.
Right, and that was the thing. I think that was the thing, Jose. The brother was just saying he's not well versed on it. So when he asks questions, because you are such an expert however much you're an expert, you should be able to answer the brother's questions and guide him and give him some knowledge, like this brother came up here and is doing.
No, but I am not one who likes to just rush into something. I like to prepare something, so at least it looks good and it makes sense.
But
He is
Steve,
already
I keep calling you Steve,
He's-
but Jose,
he's already prepared. I'm not
Jose, brother, you came up here to rebuttal this brother and what he was saying. You should be able to answer the questions that he's asking.
It's not I can't answer the question. I didn't prepare a presentation. So I'm not going to just answer a question and pull up one thing. I want to put together a presentation to answer what he said. So once I have done that, he can put together a presentation and answer what I said.
But Steve, but Jose, you can't come up here and argue with the brother, right? You can't come up here and argue with the brother and say what he's saying is wrong and you're not prepared to answer. This brother came up here and is prepared to answer. Even if you say, hey, listen, I'm going to give you a short answer, but I'm going to do a presentation. I would like for you to join me when I do the presentation. That's fine too. But you can't just come up here all the time and just be like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And then when people present information, you can't even expound on it.
Like, I could put up a primary text now and read from the text and show him what the text said. I could do that right now. I could definitely do that. But I simply choose not to. I could do that right now. I could put up a primary text right now and challenge him to say, tell me what that text is saying and if it's wrong or how do you interpret. I could do that now. But I'm choosing.
But that's not that wasn't the premise. Yeah. The brother. What I got from him is he's also seeking knowledge. He's saying, listen, this is what I know about it, the basics, but he's also seeking knowledge. You didn't hear him go arguing with the brother that just came up.
I know, but here's the point I'm making. I could pull up a text and read it now. I simply choose not to do that.
Yeah, but this is not the thing. That's I'm not debating whether you can pull out a text and read it now or not. What I was doing was making points to my position that ancient Kemetic religion or cults are dead. They're dead religions, and they're classified that way for certain reasons. One of the reasons is that most of the scriptures that were found in those temple libraries, majority of that stuff is lost forever. Okay, now Asar is coming to show us maybe one or two that he might know that have been preserved somehow. Okay, but that still doesn't negate that majority of the literature that would be found in these temples is destroyed and gone forever, meaning you can't reconstruct something that's gone forever.
Right, and I explained to you when you have things like the Pert Emheru, all of them say the same thing. All the pyramid texts basically say the same thing.
Brother, come on, man.
That is how they reconstruct.
Did you hear what I just said?
All right, hey, Jose, if he's got something to share, let's let him share it.
He's looking to share it. I'm waiting for Asar to share his screen.
You can't say so. Look, when I just basically broke it down to you and said like the consensus of scholarship on the topic says
consensus doesn't mean right.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Not right.
Jose, man, what are you doing, bro?
Consensus does not mean correct.
What are you doing?
Agreement.
Like really, what are you doing? So do you know otherwise? Do you know that the records from these libraries have all been fully preserved?
I never made that argument.
So why are you disagreeing with the consensus when I'm making that argument?
I am saying there's enough for us to understand what the spirituality would have been.
Brother, look, let me just read
because there's a continuity in the text that they have found.
Let me, if brother DMG, can I just present this right quick, brother DMG, if you don't mind.
Did Asar already share his screen?
No,
not yet. I gotta dig the book up. You know, I got a million.
Go ahead. If you got yours, easy man, go ahead and share it.
All right. Just a second. Let's see. Share this. Can you guys see it?
Give me one second. Yep, I got it.
So this is from, as you can see, Encyclopedia Britannica, which is a reliable academic source. It says, in other respects, ancient Egypt has been recovered archaeologically. Excavation and the recording of buildings have produced a great range of material, from large monuments to small objects and texts on perishable papyrus. Egyptian monuments are almost unique in the amount of inscriptions they bear. Vast numbers of texts and representations with religious content are preserved, especially from the later 2nd and 1st millennia BCE. Much of this material is religious or has religious implications. This dominance may be misleading, partly because many monuments were in the desert, where they are well preserved, and partly because the lavishing of great resources on religious monuments for the king and the gods need not mean that people's lives were dominated by religion. So let's keep going. In addition to favoring large monuments and the elite, the archaeological record has other important biases. The formal cults of major deities and the realm of the dead are far better known than everyday religious activities. You're hearing that? So it's saying the formal cults of major deities and the realm of the dead are far better known than everyday religious activities. And this is what I'm talking about. The religious activities that you would find in these temple libraries, etc. Particularly those occurring in towns and villages, very few of which have been excavated. The absence of material deriving from the religious practice of most people in itself constitutes evidence suggesting both the inequality of society and the possibility confirmed by other strands of evidence that many people's religious life did not focus on official cult places and major temples. So they're even saying that the majority of the people, their religious activities did not depend on what you find in these pyramid texts and other texts.
That's not what that said right there. But all right.
Let me read it again.
Yeah.
Let me read it again. The absence of material deriving from the religious practice of most people in itself constitutes evidence suggesting both the inequality of society and the possibility confirmed by other strands of evidence that many people's religious life did not focus on official cult places and major temples.
Yeah, that's the inequality of society, meaning they have like a caste system and they didn't have the cult system of most temples. That means a lot of people were free spirits.
What
to do with the lack of evidence?
It literally just said that. It literally just said that. It literally just said the absence of material deriving from the religious practice of most people in itself constitutes. So they're saying there's an absence of material deriving from the religious practice of most people. So it's saying that most people practice religion, but they didn't necessarily hold to that of what you find in the major temples and the official cult places, like the ones that you guys are basically talking about.
You do know what's that called, right?
So hold on.
That's
so it's
called scholarly conjecture.
So hold on. No, it's talking about there's
conjecture.
evidence that suggests, and this is what it says about everything, right? In
That's
ancient
not what
Kemet. It takes, bro, archaeology works that way. You find evidence and you make conjecture. Jose, if you know about archaeology, if you know about
conjecture,
Jose, I heard you. Hold on.
Jose, I heard you. You said it's conjecture, right?
So when do we consider something, Jose? This is just a question. When do we consider some scholarly conjecture and scholarly consensus that we should follow? Because you still do go off scholarship, right?
Yeah.
So what determines what's conjecture and what's what we should actually listen to?
It's all
what determines conjecture is when you're reading something about retainer sacrifice and they make all kinds of comments and never show you a primary text to state or suggest that people were murdered to follow the king.
You see,
they have nothing primary to even suggest that. That's concrete. Scholarly consensus simply means people of a certain level get together and agree that this is what we're gonna go with as scholars. That doesn't
so it don't mean nothing.
No, I'm saying it doesn't make them right. It doesn't make them wrong. It's
so he's saying that basically for the DMV.
That is what I'm saying. And conjecture is conjecture.
Okay, Jose. So if it don't make them right or make them wrong, why are you objecting to what the brother reading?
I'm objecting to what the brother's reading because it's conjecture. It is not supported by anything other than people who are professionals. And when people like Jabari, who is very well qualified with degrees, say the same thing, it's a beef now. He can't make conjecture. He can't make conjecture Because he's not qualified because he doesn't have a doctorate behind his name.
So hold
So,
on.
so Jabari can't be wrong. I have a question. I can't. I have a.
How crazy you sound right now.
So Jabari can't
is
be
a college
wrong.
professor. No,
I don't
that's not what I
care.
said.
Jabari
That's
is
not what I said.
Okay, just because he's a hold on, just because he's a hold on, Jose. Just because he's a college professor, you're saying he can't be wrong, but other college professors could be wrong.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said.
Explain, Jose. Explain.
I said Easy Bandz will accept conjecture from people with PhDs behind their names, but an individual who's a college professor and who's had a degree for probably almost 40 years is qualified to definitely say what he thinks and definitely.
So he got his degree when he was like 10 or something?
Right.
Okay. My math might be
Jose, you bugging right now. Yeah.
But now, okay, so wait a minute. So archaeologists, hold on. I got a question. So archaeologists, people who have been at these sites, dug up this stuff, studied it, they could be wrong, but Jabari, because he's had a degree probably for like 15 years, has to be right.
No, much longer than that. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if
you said, hold on, Jose, just to clarify, you say Jabari had his degree for 40 years, right?
He got to use 18, he's 50 something now, so my math might be a little
Okay.
My math could be a little off.
All right.
My math could be a little off, DMG.
All right. So let me just finish this.
No, but no, hold on. Let me clarify.
I gotta go outside and get the book.
If you're allowing these individuals to conjecture and add onto something that's not there, and an individual who's had a degree.
Jose, what is Jabari degree in? What is Jabari degree in?
Africana Studies and Human Services.
So that's not Egyptology, bro.
I don't give a damn. It's Black Studies.
What?
Man said it was Egyptology.
You got to clip that.
Jose, I'm making a clip out of you, bro. That is hilarious, man.
You can make all the clips you want. The man never said he was an Egyptologist.
All right.
Studies is general Black studies.
All right.
So listen. We had almost 4 hours. The brother then blessed the brother with 4 hours of content. So listen, this is what I need everybody to do. I'm going to start with my man, Steve, the Kemet Infomonger. Close out. Steve, make another challenge. Try to keep it under a minute. But make another challenge to the brother. Let's see if we can get him initiated into the Worldview Wars Debate League.
Hey, brother DMG, can I just finish this off right quick before he goes?
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. So this is the same text I was reading earlier, right? So it says many official works of art presented standard conceptions of the divine world and of the king's role in this world and in caring for the gods. Much religious evidence is at the same time artistic, and the production of works of art was a vital prestige concern of the king and elite. Religious activities and rituals are less well known than this formalized artistic presentation of religious concepts. The status of personal religion in the context of official cults is poorly understood. So you see what the field of Egyptology is saying, brother. Exactly what I'm saying. The religious activities and rituals are less well known than the formalized artistic presentations. So what you have on those temple walls and stuff like that, is the artistic representations and concepts, right? But then when it comes to the actual religious activities and the rituals that you would find in scriptures of how to perform these rituals, etc., those are less known and poorly understood. Basically, a lot of them are actually gone forever.
And here we go.
And so that's basically what Encyclopedia Britannica says about that. There's more stuff to go, but just for time's sake, this is evidence of what I'm saying. Basically, you said it was ridiculous.
Hey, this for my brother. This for my brother Jose, and hopefully,
all right.
My brother don't take it personal, but this is for you, Jose. And again, you my man. So do not take this personal. but this is where you at tonight.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Word up. Word up.
Hey, possibly. I'm
Yes,
already
sir.
the villain amongst
All
other
right, so
people.
y'all see me, right?
Just now,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just now, Christians are going to start
the
me.
book.
Going to start calling me "He Who Shall Not Be Named." That's going to be my new nickname in the Christian community.
This is the Egyptian astronomical text. Now it's got a few of the books of Jehuti in here. They're very short. I'm just going to pull up a couple. Give me just a second. And he's just talking about space. Because remember, the pen of the scribe is the pen of Jehuti. But it's going to tell you that it's Jehuti's book. The upper border opposite figure is beginning from the book of Sky. The book of Sky is one of Jehuti's books. The distant region of the sky is in total darkness. But I want to hold up. Let me see. His father saw his tower. He was beautiful in the hand of his father.
I think the brother's really talking about this, the religious or the spirit practice, the spiritual practices. Ancient Egypt.
Yep.
He actually covered something that said he wouldn't be talking about those. He said that the spiritual practices, like the pyramid texts and things of that nature, you have that, but he's saying they're daily rituals, which get a little more in depth in what they do on a daily basis. Like they may pray over here, or come over here and pray sometimes like this, or pray like this, and because an ancestor died or something like that. He's saying we don't have enough information about those particular things. But to be honest, when you read through the text, it just sounds like they're in fear of a black planet, or in fear that it would come back up. Because when you go through the literature, you got people praying to all types of ancestors. You can see how they do it. You can see what they saying concerning it. They be like, and then they might cuss the ancestor out because one of their sons or children ain't doing right, and they were supposed to be the ones looking after them. So when they say stuff like that, that's when the conjecture would be true. So
just before you get into that, brother, this book of is Jehudi, you saying?
This is one of the books of Jehuti, because
your
first claim was that they don't have any of the books. And I'm like, they still got some of the books of Jehuti and all that. Some of them are just real short. Some of them are a little elongated, but most of the books are short.
So do me a favor.
Yes,
put that in the private chat for the brother to copy. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to have you close out. Then I'm going to go to Steve. I'm going to let Jose go last. And then the brother will finish us up. Because we going on 4 hours.
Got you.
And I'm going to say good night to you fellas. And hope to see y'all again real soon.
Good night.
Thanks for joining.
Appreciate you, sis.
No
Appreciate
problem.
you, sis. You were great today doing the moderation, and also your input was perfect. Hey, man, you were up here chefing.
Thank you. Good night, fellas.
Good to meet you. Good night.
Good night.
I can't put the physical book in there. We'll discuss it.
I was gonna say just put the name of it or whatever.
You can't get this. This thing is $5,000, but that's Otto Neugebauer and them's book. That's the physical
Egyptian astronomical text.
Yeah, by Richard Parker and Otto Neugebauer. So you can't. You might afford it, but I doubt you about to pay the $5,000 to get the series. I just happen to make copies of it and put it on line digitally, but I couldn't find a USB port that got it on. I got too many books. So we'll talk about it. Kemet can't win on every discussion. We'll discuss it though.
Sorry, I don't know if you missed it, but I read basically what I read was that it's saying that the status of personal religion in the context of official cults is poorly understood, and it said similar things to what I was saying basically in my presentation today and with Jabari. So, and I read this from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Is that something that you disagree with? Because that's my point. I'm not saying okay. So if you find one book, right? If you find one book that still is preserved, that still doesn't take away from my point that majority of the books, right, are gone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got a lot of the books when it comes to the cults. So even though they make a statement like that, when you go through the information, you got so much information. There's two things, right? One, there's a whole lot of information concerning the occult. Two, what they don't have, ancient Greece pretty much copied almost everything intact, except for, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like we can, and they'll tell you, like, they'll be like, I couldn't tell the OPEC festival from the Men festival if I wanted to, because it's done damn near the exact same way.
Hey, so, are you on WhatsApp?
I am, family.
All right, I'm gonna look for you, and I'm gonna try to put something together, like a 3-way call or something, so maybe we can set something up with you and Easy Bandz.
Word.
Man, Easy Bandz been debating me for you. Do you want to debate me, Easy Bandz?
I mean, yeah, bro. It's
you
nothing.
Sure?
Yeah, man. Why not? That would be good.
You know,
man.
I'm a mean gentleman in that cage. You know how I act in that cage, baby.
Yeah, I know you get crazy, man. But you know, the thing is, no, I know you're good with your, you know, with your good order. I've told you that, man, from the time we met, right? You're good with your words and stuff. But you know, what matters most to me is the actual information, and I think the information, you know, it's like it stands the test of time, right? So you might have the audience right there, and then you know you might have them up. But anybody that's objective that watches the debate and listens to the information will know, you know, Easy Bandz is cooking, you know.
Okay, I don't want you to have no nightmares like Kassad did, like Judah Napra did.
I heard Kassad cooked you, man.
Kassad gonna see this, man. He coming on Saturday. I'm gonna have an all Israelite panel.
Kassad mentioned me in every discussion he has because he lost 90 to 10%.
So sorry,
whooping on that channel's history. But
so sorry, would you agree with?
Wait a minute, so you beat him worse than I beat JJ?
Yeah, it was 90 to 10. Matter of fact, JJ hopped on there talking about it because he was looking at it. So him, I had Israel Doctrine in hiding for a while. Judah
Israel Doctrine, that was a crazy one. That was a crazy one. But hey, do me a favor, bro.
Man, I ain't gonna do it to you easy. Let my man Kemet Infomonger battle you once you get something under your belt, because you know on Solar Channel I was running through them dudes. There's like 40 something debates I did over there. So get, you know what I'm saying, get in the mix first, and then
let me ask you something. Let me ask you something about the Book of Jehudi that you're bringing up, right?
So Easy Bandz. We
got to close out. It's like 3 of them.
We going on 4 hours, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate it.
We be back.
Hey, JJ said I didn't beat him. JJ is hilarious. He is hilarious. He say we all know Sonetta rigged that poke. Stop it, JJ. That is crazy. Right. Hey, I'll debate you again, JJ. But look, let the people know what you got going on, so and hey, man, I gotta get one of them action figures from you from the superhero joint. So
yes, sir. You're gonna get one on the house too. Heck in the chair, HKNNTR. Go listen to the old information because it's still breaking ankles today. It looked like Jalen Brunson out there. It looked like Webby out there. Still the information. And then on my Sarum Ka channel, we'll start to do some stuff. And then last, the Hour Watchers. We're about to do that so we can get y'all right on the time. And I'm gonna have some of the elders come on as well. But for someone who's proficient in the calendar and knows how it goes, you're gonna be hearing from us. Let me tell.
No doubt. Appreciate you, bros. Kemet Infomonger. Close out. Let the people know what you got going on. Hopefully, you and Easy Bandz can make something happen.
Well, thanks, Easy Bandz, for coming to the show and coming to the channel. I'm still looking for a debate, man. I don't know what's up, DMG. If me and Easy Bandz can agree on a topic, we can make this happen. But I'm still looking for a debate.
Hey, Steve, are you on WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Okay, we gonna try to make something happen, man. I'm gonna try to keep the brother busy.
Oh, because he's in Canada. So all right, what's up? Yeah, I got it. I got the
Yeah. Eastern time, same Eastern. I don't know if you guys are in the East.
Yeah, I'm in New York.
Oh, okay, yeah, we the same time, man.
Yeah, I'm in St. Louis, so y'all probably the same time zone.
Yeah,
you're 1 hour behind. Yeah.
Okay.
You can figure something out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Steve a debate. So
I'd like to debate Steve, man. He's cordial, and we could have a good debate. I think the people would like gain a lot. I think you're cordial, bro. Like, am I wrong?
I don't know why they run from me though. I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know what you be doing, Steve. I don't know what you be doing, man.
Yeah, no, I think it would be good.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm right. Peace, my brother.
And if Asar wants it too, man, you can get it too, man. Asar ain't doing nothing, man.
On another level. That's on a different level. All right, peace.
Asar is just a good talker, man. Silver tongue.
Jose Francis, man, close out. Let the people know what you got coming up, including your show tomorrow that made you not want to ask Easy Bandz no questions.
Right. I'm doing a show tomorrow in response to what happened tonight. So Easy Bandz, tune in. You'll get all the answers. Okay. And if you don't get all the answers, you can ask your questions.
Yo, so I can come on the panel?
All that.
Okay.
You can come on the panel, go back and forth if you want. All of that. Nice. That's not a problem.
Nice.
Right. Now, DMG, I think you and I definitely need to have a sit down and have a discussion. Huh? because you know, and I'm gonna say this publicly. Anybody else can say anything, and I don't care. But as soon as DMG started to talk about being a Christian, it has hurt me all up in here, and it hurt my soul. I can't stand it.
Oh man, listen, man, come on home, brother. Come on home.
It is upset my spirit,
home, brother. Come on home.
But only DMG could upset me that way. Nobody else does bother me when they say that. So just so you know, bro, I love you. You're my brother, and I appreciate the opportunity. And it's only because you're my brother, I'm going easy on Christians. Because I can't come here acting wild and crazy. So I'm going to behave myself. So if any Christian would like to have a discussion, we can do that. And I will be cordial. Right? Just so you know. I would love to have a discussion with another Christian outside of Israel.
Hey, I'm gonna holler at Light and see if she can come in and moderate that, man, when Easy Bandz get on the panel. Because you know I need you to be fair and up front. This Paradigm Shift TV 314, bro. We're gonna have Light come up and moderate that joint.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And let me just for clarity's sake, is that thought?
Yep.
That's the Greek name.
Yeah, thought is a Greek name, right? But Yehudi is a Kemetic name.
That's where the word. That's where the word thought actually comes from.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
What I think I'm gonna do tomorrow, I'll probably just do the response, and then we could set up with Light.
What I'll do is when he go live, I'll send you the link to the show.
All right,
bet.
And if you could get Light to come on and moderate it tomorrow, we'll do it tomorrow. If not, then we'll just do a moderated discussion some other time. But he's more than welcome to come on. For sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna holler at Light. See if we can make that happen. I know I ain't gonna be available tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna be watching the finals, rubbing my wife's feet.
You see, it was a pleasure, Easy Bandz. So
it was a pleasure, brother.
Peace and blessings. Maybe we could have a less contentious conversation because I'm very hyped right now. So,
yeah.
I was tripping. Everybody probably got me mad. Except Light.
No, Jose, man, I like cordial, calm conversations, so I'm with that, brother.
Okay. All right, brother. Yeah. I am going. Have a blessed night, eh?
Appreciate you, man.
Hey, take your blood pressure medicine, Jose.
No, not yet. Thankfully.
All right.
All right, Easy Bandz. All eyes on you, brother. Close this thing out. Let the people know anything you got coming up. And hopefully we can expect you back on soon.
Yeah, so I'd like to thank you, man, for reaching out. I'd like to also shout out Sanetta because he's the one that connected us, man. Y'all make sure that you guys go and show Sanetta some support and love too. Show this channel right here support and love. This brother is doing some great work for the community, and you know, there's a lot of good that's going to come from this. As for everybody that was on the panel, salute to everybody. Y'all know it's love and respect. End of the day, I appreciate y'all for coming up, asking questions, and you know, the audience wins from all this stuff, right? And so that's the important part. For everybody in the chat, the moderators, salute to everybody, man. DMG, special thank you to you, brother, for letting me on and, you know, giving me this platform for me to, you know, speak my 2 cents. And in regards to what we talked about today, my stance is still that these reconstructionist movements, you know, I'd say that it's a genuine attempt at trying to reconstruct ancient Kemet, but then at the same time, is it an accurate historical representation of ancient Kemet? No, it's not, because of the reasons that I gave today. Several reasons. I'm not going to go through all of them today, but what you have is, like Brother Jose just said, it's a lot of conjecture that they're using, and they're using the modern worldview and modern ideas and esoteric ideas, actually, and projecting it back on the ancient Cometians. And that's where I think that everything is going left. So I won't like come at the, you know, the Kemet folk and, you know, totally just go at them. But what I will say is, like, let's be honest with ourselves, brothers. If you're into the Egyptology, that's good. But then trying to recreate or reconstruct some of these things is actually impossible at this time if we're just honest with ourselves. And I'll end it right there, man. As for the book of Jehudi or something like that, is, from what I'm seeing, is that, you know, there's no clear evidence that it was actually in a temple, in a temple library. Now, it could have been, but there's no actual evidence that it was found in a temple library or anything like that. And that's basically what I was talking about, temple libraries. So I'll just land it right there, man. I know this is a contentious topic, and we will have opportunities to, you know, continue this conversation, man, if you have me back on here.
Oh, 100%, bro. You got an open invitation, man. So we'll definitely be in touch. Family, you know what it is, man. Paradigm Shift TV 314. It's your brother DMG. I know JJ in the chat talking about he want to debate me again. We could do the same topic, brother. And I'm sorry ahead of time for having to give you that work, man. So I'm gonna do you one better than Tahaka Bay channel, man. I say we do it on A1 channel. Yeah, I mean, he ain't on your team, he ain't on my team, so we ain't gotta worry about no bias.
What's the topic?
Is Black existentialism the best ideology for Black people or for the Black community? I can't remember exactly how we worded it.
Okay, and so what does that entail specifically? Just like, is Black like Black power?
Well, Black power would be encompassed in it. The Black church, because it's literally the study of Black existence. And so JJ thinks is adjacent to existentialism from a European standpoint. It literally criticizes European existentialism. JJ just has no, I said it when we first debated, I'm gonna say it again, since he got the same stance. JJ literally has no idea what it is. Like we got authors like Frantz Fanon, who JJ said was a weakling and a pacifist. Turns out he was called, what did they call him? The Messiah of violence or something like that. He was super violent, super violent as it pertains to freeing people of African descent from colonialism. This guy said he was a pacifist and he was weak because he does not know the material. When it comes to black existentialism, I used to have, and still say it, the real Black existentialist, that's my bag. I have the utmost confidence that if JJ is going, if he's saying that Black existentialism is some kind of off-brand, counterfeit form of existentialism, he has no idea, bro. So And that just let me know he still ain't got no idea. So yeah, I'll chop him up real quick. I'll do the same presentation.
All right.
Because he just don't know the material. So, but shout out to my man JJ. Me and him actually reviewed our debate, and we was cracking up. Because look, everybody thought JJ was taking shots. I was taking shots the whole time. And actually watching it, I was like, dang, I had to. JJ was like, you shot at me first. I was like, yeah.
You just slick with it. You like Jabari with it. Eh? Jabari be taking those like he be taking shots while complimenting you. Like, hold on.
Right. Yeah, I was straight throwing them, and then JJ caught it. But Sarnetta was like, Sarnetta wasn't saying nothing, and then it got to the point where he had to stop it. I was like, dang. Because I was taking shots from the beginning.
Right.
When me and JJ reviewed it, we was both cracking up. So yeah, we can do that. We can run that back, JJ. We just got to figure out where.
And JJ, man, we got to fix whatever you got going on with Saw, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, JJ. Stop being stubborn, man. Let's get you back on the HOK, bro.
Word up.
But yeah, right, bro, brother. I definitely enjoyed you. We over the 4-hour mark. Hey, I had you back on tomorrow if I could. So salute to you and your family. And family, we're going to get out of here, man. You know I got to play a couple of songs. But, brother, I will speak to you later. I'm going to try to link you up with everybody that tried to challenge you.
All right, I'm with that, man. Thanks. Appreciate you once again, bro.
No doubt, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, peace.
My name is my name. Yeah.
The infamous.
My name is my name.
You wanted to be one way,
but it's the other way.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Yeah. It's funny how the loudest voices got the shortest resume. I show support when others walked away, even when it would have benefited me to leave you where you lay. Defended your name, gave you respect when it wasn't ideal for me. Now every chance you get, you talking about deep, talking reckless to whoever listen, hoping they believe. But people who know you and know me see the tricks up your sleeve. Now you mad, why? Cause I wouldn't let you stay. Thought you was the director whole time, you just an extra in the play. Confused the supporting role for being the star of the show.
my name is my name. I don't need permission, I don't need your praise. You wanted to be one way,
but it's the other way.
My name is my name,
and that's all I gotta say. How can you make another man when you ain't even made yourself? See, I'm a grown man, different weight class. You still in boy sizes. We don't value the same prizes, while you still chasing validation and faking. These boots too heavy for the steps you taking. Might have known your father back when the ground was live. Ask around, I'm still thriving while others barely survive. You should worry about him instead of tripping off me.
Starting to see the apple don't fall far, far from that tree. My name is my name.
My name is my name.
You wanted to be one way,
but it's the other way. Yeah.
Let's talk about it. I don't need permission, I don't need your praise. You wanted to be one way,
but it's the other way.
My name is my name,
and that's all I gotta say.
My name is my name. I don't need permission, I don't need your praise. You wanted to be one way,
but it's the other way.
My name is my name,
and that's all I gotta say. Yeah. If I'm a big dumb mogul, what that make you? Cause I never make the idiotic moves you do. Heard little buddy going outside, telling shorty he still lives with his dad. You never even crossed my mind, that's the funny thing. Only time I speak your name is when I hear the dumb narratives you bring. Another story, another butthurt point of view.
Another attempt to convince people that my success was all based on you.
It's cool though.
I heard you never miss a show.
Yeah, you my #1 fan.
You just a little boy playing a man, now this the hard part.
So please don't run.
Here's a few lessons a father should teach his son. Don't spend all day explaining who you are. Don't spend nights obsessing about other men from afar. Worry about yourself instead of tripping off D. Build something of your own instead riding another man's legacy, if I may.
Allow me to scream and shout. Now that your true feelings about me are out. To me, you're nothing but a ghost.
So next time you call somebody to talk about D,
remember it won't change the fact that you're dead to me. My name is my name.
My name is my name.
My name is my name.
Not because I said it,
because I built it.
You want it to be one way,
but it's the other way.
The infamous.
I don't got no friends. I don't got no friends. You know what I mean? I got supporters, people on my side, and people on the other side.
Welcome to the shift where the whole room glows. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. This you flat, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yo, shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. This that channel that be talking back, energy attack. Iron sharp as iron, watch the holy react. Competition in the building, better tighten up your facts. We ain't clones, but we still mirror how you crack under impact. Every debate will work out, spot a weak, rap fast. You live wrong, paradigm shift, and break your stance. I'm the judge, the jury, the pen, the contrast. My bars hit always like the quadruple, by entire shift, where the whole room glow. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't all align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. We invite every mind, long as you stand on yours. Walking with respect, leave with open doors. Channel stay lit, views jumping off from boards. STL bounce, yeah, the spot from the source. Competitors, welcome, step up, don't fold. We don't fit pressure, we refine under load. Thoughts heavy, we press them till the truth gets told. Shit so clean, if the platinum even willing to go. Come through correct, bring your logic and your proof. Speak your truth, just don't run from the truth. We debate with grace, that's the paradigm groove. Flow so smooth, even turbulence move. Welcome to the shift where the whole room go. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Where the whole go. DMG vibes like the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' go. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG vibes got the city on go. Welcome to the shift. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Welcome to the shift. If you black, I'm with you, black, I'm with you. Welcome to the shift. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. Welcome to the shift. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG EMG vibe, got the city on lock. Walk with paradigm shift, keep it real for.
Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you. And I hope that you with me.